Hello everyone, welcome to our channel Idealan 360. Now in my past videos, I've created a tutorial series on Selenium, on TestNG, on Cucumber. In fact, I've created the tutorial series for frameworks too. So I've got a lot of comments, people asking me to create video lectures on any programming language. Basically, it was demand for the Java programming language. So I thought let's create a tutorial series for the Java programming language. So now here in this series, we are going to talk about Java. So here we'll see how to use Java and we'll talk about the different concepts of Java. So I've divided the topics in different sections and we'll be covering each and every sections one by one. So it's going to be a programming series. And in this, we'll be covering the Java topics. And I guess it will be helpful for all of you because in real time situation, when you are into the testing fields, basically you'll be using the Java is the base, or you can say it's the main programming language that we use. So it's very important to know the programming language. So now let's talk about Java. So in this video, let's understand what is Java. So Java is basically a programming language. Now, it's a language that helps you to talk to the computer and tells it what to do in a way both you and computer can understand. Just like we use English or Hindi to talk to people, Java is a language we use to write instructions for computer. These instructions help us to build things like mobile apps, websites, game, banking and shopping systems, ATM softwares, and much more. So basically, it's a programming language which contains different keywords, or I say different methods, or I say different features that help us to write codes. So what we are learning in Java is we are learning to write codes. Now it's just a language that basically it's written and you can say it's an instruction is passed to a computer. When we write the codes, basically computer understand those codes and execute them. Now, based on this code execution, we are able to create the mobile apps, we are able to create the websites, we are able to create the games, and we are able to create different softwares as well. So this programming language help us in different field, and in future, it also helps us in testing purpose too. So when we do testing, we use Java there as well. Now, why is Java is so popular? It's easy to learn, especially if you are starting. So basically, you will see the Java language is very easy. Like you have to understand few keywords and you'll find it very easy to write codes. Write once, run anywhere. So if you write a Java program on one computer, it can run on almost any computer without rewriting. So it's supportable in every platform. So it's like the same Java code which you write in Windows, the same Java code will be supportable in MacBook and everywhere. So that's the best thing. It's safe and secure. It takes care of many small details so beginners beginners make few mistakes here. So it's safe and secure, used by big companies. So many companies like Amazon, Google, and Bank use Java daily. So it's a language that's very old. It's developed very long. It's developed long back, but still it's used by all these big company. So in all these companies, Java is used. So that's why it's very popular. Now, just if you try to understand Java with the real-time situation, so think like this, that if you're telling your friend how to make a tea, so now you know it's very easy to make a tea. You know the recipe how to make a tea. So it's like boil water, add tea leaves, add sugar and milk, boil again and serve. Now this is how you are making a tea. So these are few required things that's required to make a tea. So if you remove anything from here, then you'll not be able to make a tea. Similarly, in Java, you give steps to the computer just in structurized way, and the computer understands it and perform and gives you something. It's just like it brings something out of that. So just like when you put these required things basically in a process, then it gives you some outcome. Similarly, in Java, when you give the steps to the computer understands it. It makes a structure based on the codes that you have written. It structurizes the process, and accordingly, it gives you the outcome. So now, if you talk about the definition of Java, I hope the concept of Java is somewhat clear. Now I'm talking about the definition of Java. So Java is a high level language, class based, object oriented programming language that is designed to build platform independent applications. Now, I mentioned that platform independent means that you write a code at one platform and that code can be used in any platform. It enables developer to write code that is compiled into bytecode and executed by Java virtual machine. So when you install Java, you will have this JVM along with it. Basically, what happens, you write the code and that code is compiled in the bytecode and straight away it's executed through JVM. Now that's basically a machine where it understands the code, whatever you have write, and make it possible to run the same program on any system that has compatible JVM. So basically when you install Java, you have this JDK, you call it as Java Development Kit. So in that kit, you have all of this. And when you execute a Java code, basically it's a the code is written in simple keywords, like there is certain syntax that we have to follow. So based on the syntax, it's compiled into the bytecode and executed by JVM, that's Java Virtual Machine. So it's a programming language based on object oriented. Now this word means a lot. Object oriented programming language. We'll talk about this object oriented programming language and you'll understand what exactly it means. So remember, Java is a programming language based on object oriented programming language, or you can say Java is an object oriented programming language that is designed to build platform independent applications. That's the best definition to describe Java. Now, object oriented because in Java we write everything in terms of class and object. You will learn about that class and object in the upcoming lectures. That's the definition of Java, and that's what Java mean here. So this is the overview of Java. So in this section, we have talked about the Java. In the next section, we'll see how it works, and then we'll start writing codes related to Java. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So in this section, we'll see how Java works. So in the last video, we just checked how the Java, what is Java. Now we'll see how the Java is functioning. So it's very simple. Straight away, we'll go to this diagram. And if you see in this diagram, it shows that developer is basically writing a code that's usually saved in form of Java file, says hello world dot Java. So basically you have created a class with the .java extension. So this is a code and developer has written this code and this is compiled first by Java compiler. Now this generates the code in form of the bytecode, which we talked about in the last class. So we talked, this is converted into bytecode. Now this bytecode goes through this JVM, Java virtual machine, and gives you the output in your system. So you write the code, it comes to this Java compiler. It compiles, basically it checks the syntax, whether the code is written in proper syntax or not. And then it converts it into basically the code, whatever is written, the computer read the code in form of bytecode, basically in the there's binary language. So basically it comes in form of bytecode. It goes through JVM, Java virtual machine, and then it converts into a proper code. So as you see in this diagram, this is how the Java works. Now just going through this in a proper definition. So first we write the code. The first step in working with Java is to write the source code. Java source code is written in plain text and saved with a .java extension. So when you save a Java code, .java is always an extension that usually you will find. So when you are saving Java, you'll see when I'll write codes and I'll save a Java code, you'll see .java extension is added by itself. This code includes all the commands and instructions that you want your program to execute. So first I have written a code. In that code, I have written the instructions that I want to execute. Next step, compile the code. So Java is a compiled language, which means that you write the code, you write and save your code. You need to convert into a format that your computer can understand and execute. So this process is called compiling. So you write and save the code, it's converted into format for the computer to understand. When you compile Java code, the Java compiler turns the source code into the bytecode. So that compiler, basically, as you have seen in the diagram, that compiler in this diagram has seen, this compiler converts your code into the bytecode. Now the bytecode is saved with dot class extension. So the bytecode that you have, that's saved with dot class extension. Now, to run the compiled bytecode, Java use a tool called as JVM, as you have seen in the diagram. It used the tool as JVM. Now, using that tool JVM, the JVM reads the bytecode, translate it into machine code that can be executed by computer processor. So uh, basically the Java reads the bytecode, it translates into the machine code that can be executed by your computer. So this step is crucial because it allows the Java to perform to be platform independent. No matter what operating system you are using, as long it has JVM, it can run the Java bytecode. And at last comes JRE. To support the execution, Java relies on JRE, Java Runtime Environment, which includes the JVM and other components necessary to run a Java application. So the JRE provides libraries and other components that your Java program needs to function. Now, all of these JRE, JVM, whatever I'm talking about, all this comes inside the last part, that is Java Development Kit. So if you are developing a Java application, you will use the Java Development Kit, which includes the JRE, the Java compiler, and other tools need to write, compile, and run Java application. So when it's asked to install Java, we install JDK. That's called Java Development Kit. Now, what's that Java Development Kit? That includes all these required things like JRE, the compiler, and the other tools that's required to convert the Java code in a proper language and then give you the expected output. So just to do this, all these contents inside JDK. So when you download this JDK, you will have everything and then you can use it accordingly. So that's the story behind this. So when you are downloading Java, you go to Java and JDK gets downloaded. Basically, there are different versions of JDK that you have to download. So you download the version and then you use it accordingly. So I hope the complete execution of Java is clear based on the diagram, how it works, how it functions, and how it gives you the expected output. So you have got the idea of Java, you have got how it works. Now in the next section, we'll see the installations and then we'll start writing codes. So that's all in this section. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. Now in our last few videos, we saw how to install Java, set the path of JDK, and also we saw the installation of Eclipse. Now in this video, we'll see the main method in Java. So basically, this is the first thing you need to know, and this is the first thing that you will come across. So it's very important to know what this main method is and what exactly it does. Now, this is our website, official website of IT Learn 360, and I'm referring to the codes there itself. So I have made this course ready. So I'll be referring to the topics and everything here so that you will get an idea that what topics we are covering, and I'll go one by one through all the topics mentioned here. So these are basically the important topics that you need to know in Java, at least for the basic level. So right now I'm talking about main method in Java. So just talking about the main method in Java, a main method in Java is the entry point for any standalone uh, Java application. It means that when you write a code or when you design a code, or basically when you create a class, you add a line that's public static void main. So that's a main method. So basically we add those lines because in Java, when you run the code, the very first thing that Java looks for is this main method. So that means this is the entry point as well as the beginning. So anything you write inside the main method, Java is going to read that. And if you write anything outside the main method, then in that case, Java is not going to read that. So that means main method is the entry point, or you can say start point of the code. Now I said the word is public static void main. This is the line, public static void main. Now we need to understand what this public static void main basically means. And what is this public, what is this static, what is this void and main? So it's like it's too early to understand all these keywords, like public is a keyword, static is a keyword, void is a keyword. So these are the keywords and it's too early to understand. So it's better we'll understand about the main method. So basically it's a in main method, the first thing is this a public is an access modifier. So talking about this access modifier, now I'll just give you an overview of this. So here public, basically we tell the access of this method. Now, when I say this method is public, that means it's accessible to all. So that's why it's called as access modifier. When it comes to static, static is a keyword that belongs to the class rather than instance of the class. So static means basically it's a keyword trying to say that this is a static method. That means the steps that you are going to write inside it is going to stay fixed. That means you can't call this method from outside. And void is another keyword that tells that this main method is not returnable. So this keyword public static void main is used intentionally because this line is basically there just describing the nature of this main method. Now in the parameters, basically you see here, if you see the parameters, in parameters it's written string and it's given the array sign. Now again, you don't know what array is right now. So we'll not talk about this in brief. Just I'll give you an overview. And this ARGS stands for argument. So here, this parameter says that it accepts a single parameter, an array of single string, which allows user to pass argument to the application when it starts. So basically it says it accepts a single, basically it's an array of string. Basically when a user enter any argument to the application, or basically it allows user to pass argument. So ARGS of array holds these commands line argument. Now we'll talk about these in briefs when we'll come across these sections like string and ARGS and all. Right now, this public static void main is basically, you can say it's a method that's necessary to add every time when you write a code. So as usual, we'll write our first code. That's the hello world code. Usually it's a tradition to write the hello world code. So we'll be writing that. So first, let's see how we can create a project. So we click the file option. From file, we go to new. From new, you go to this Java project. And here you need to name the project. So right now, I'll give the name of the project as IT Learn Java project. Now, I said that this section, when you come to this module, make a habit of uncheck this. Why I say you should uncheck this module is because in later when you'll be using some other tools in this project. So this module, if you allow this module to your project, so this will prevent from running those tools. So here, just you have given the project name. Now the Java SE version, it takes by default, and just you click finish. So what happens, a project is built here with the name as IT Learn Java project. And in this project, you have one section as SRC. Now SRC is basically a place where you are going to create packages. Now talking about the projects and packages. So first we name the project. The next thing is what we do is we create a package. Now, why we create a package? That's another question. So just for example, if you see this website, the IT Learn 360 website, this is the website that we are referring to. So in this website, you have different sections or different modules. You can say one is training module, one is resource, one is job, one is my dashboard, another one is logout. So you have different modules here. So just trying to understand in real-time project, just keeping in mind the real-time project, like this is a website, a e-learning website, and this is designed using Java. Now, these modules, these are the different modules here. So for every modules or for every pages, we'll be creating a separate classes, and those classes will keep inside a package. So we build a package to basically keep all the classes inside it. So it's just like when you get a gift wrapper, you have you wrap all the gifts at one place and just you do a packing to it so that all the gifts should be at one place. So same way here, when you keep all the classes inside one package, so in future, if you want to use something, or if you want to use any class, or you can say if you want to maintain relation between the classes, so because it's inside a package, so you can easily import that package and use it. So basically here, that's what we are doing. We are creating a package so that we can keep all the classes inside one package. And later, if someone needs that particular class or from outside that package, or someone wants to use the class from outside the package, then they can easily use it. That's the reason behind using a package, or that's the reason behind creating a package. And in every cases, the packages are created inside src. So you go to src here, you do new, and from new you go to this package option. Now when you come to name the packages, remember the package name should always be in lowercase. Java package, this is the name of the package, and this should be, the first letter should be in lowercase. Now you'll say, is this a rule? No, it's a standard way of naming the package, and basically we follow those standard way. If I give this as caps, so here a small warning is there: discourage package name. By convention, package name usually starts with lowercase. So when usually Java, when we design Java codes or we write Java codes, we keep the sequence, or we follow the small rules that usually it come across. So we keep that in mind. Like first, the first word is J, that's will be in lowercase. So when you define a package in future, keep in mind that always the package name will be in lowercase. That's the first thing. Now in this package, I'm going to create a class. Now inside this package, I can create as many as class I want, and we can keep all the classes inside this particular package. So now in this package, to create a class, I will do new, and with new, I'll go with this class. Now in this class, I'm going to name the class. So the first one is Hello World class. So I'll name the class as Hello World. After doing this, don't forget to add this public static void main line. As I said before this, that public static void main is basically a line that's compulsory to add, because the code execution starts from here. So click on this public static void main, click finish, and you see a class is built with this public static void main thing. Now here you have to start understanding how to use Eclipse. Now you see here, once you give the class name, you are given the class name. After the class name, there is a bracket. We call it as curly bracket. And when I take my mouse in the beginning, at the start of this bracket, then by itself, it indicates at line number 10. So that means it says that this is the start point of the class and this is the end point of the class. Same is with the main method. When I click here, this is the start point and this is the end point. So for every sections, you'll have these curly braces, and you see, you should know how to use these curly braces, because in future, this is going to create a problem. Because if you're not familiar with curly braces, you'll get errors. So it's better you should understand that where the curly braces is opening and where it's closing. So remember, always the steps will be inside the classes. Like here I've said public class. So inside the classes, we can create as many as method we want. All these methods and codes will always stay inside the class. And these curly braces has to mark the start point and the end point. Now this is public static void main. Inside this public static void main, I'm going to write code. Now, as I said, that if we write anything outside public static void main, Java is not going to read that. So the very first thing what we are doing here is we are trying to print a hello world in output. So to print the hello world in output, we need to write a print statement. Now there is a print statement called system.out.println. That's the print line that helps you to print output in console window, or basically it helps you to print the output in Java. Now either you go and type that thing system.out.println, or you just write syso and press control space from your system, control space and enter. So when you do this, control space and enter, so you will see this print line comes by itself. Now system.out.println, again this println is a method that's basically used in Java to print the output. So just by giving double quotes, you can write a message inside the double quotes, and the message, whichever message you write inside this double quote, Java is going to print the same out in the console window. So print statement is basically used to print the output in the console window. So now here when I run this code, now to run this code, you have to click this green button. And when you click this green button, you see the console window shows hello world. So now here you need to understand that this console window is basically to print the output in Java. So you have the console window because this console window takes the output in Java. So this console window is provided by Eclipse. And basically whatever you write in this print statement, it gets printed in the console window. So this print statement is very important in future to track the records or just to track the data or just to track the values, we need this print line. So this print line is very important. So this is how we print the output in Java. Now, if you want to print multiple output, then again, you can add one more print line and just you can write, this is my first code. So just like when you write one more print statement and run, it gives you the same output in the console window. So basically, this is how the print statement works. And remember, the system.out.println line is used to print the output in the console window. So always remember this thing. So this is how it works. Now, one more thing, what you can focus here is that if I remove this ln from here, what will happen? So you see this hello world, and this is my first code, all comes in one line in the console window. So that means this ln helps you to helps the mouse to move to the next line. So when you print the output now, it comes to the next line. So ln is just for the next line. So if you use system.print, so you will be writing in the same line. And if you use ln, then it moves to the next line. So if in case like in future, this thing, why I pointed out this thing is, remember when you will be doing the loops and you will be doing the for loops and there you'll be doing the pattern programs. So remember there you will need this thing because sometimes you have certain patterns to print in the same line. So when you want to print something in the same line, you print without using ln. And when you want to print in the next line or in the very next line, or you want to move to the next line, then in that case, don't forget to use this ln. So I hope this is a big, long video, but in this we covered a lot of things like the print statement. We talked about this, how to create a class project, as well as the print statement. So I hope it's clear. So now in next part, we'll talk about the another section of code. Then bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this section, we are going to talk about the data types in Java. Now, once you have gone through the print statement, the main statement, now the most important and the starting point of Java is to know about the data types in Java. So there are different data types in Java. So we'll see what are the different data types in Java and we'll go through them one by one. So just talking about different types of data types. So if you see here in this diagram, it clearly indicates that data type is divided into two forms. One is called as primitive and other one is called as non-primitive. Now I'll tell you what this primitive and non-primitive means. Primitive data types are basically the data types that's predefined. It means that these data types are defined by Java. So if I talk about the primitive data types, that means these are certain keywords or certain basically it's certain keywords that's defined to represent certain data. You can say that. Talking about non-primitive data type, it's not likely if the primitive data type, it refers to the objects and hence they are called as reference type. Except string, because string is something that's defined by Java itself. So except basically you can say you can say that those are defined by Java, and it's like not created by the programmers. Like if you talk about the array, string, these basically non-primitive data type, I'll talk about it. So right now I'm just giving an overview that these are basically non-primitive data types are, that's basically it's a reference, or you can say it's used at certain point. Basically, uh, you can say they are created by the programmer, not defined by the Java. So it's like we use it based on the requirements. So now just talking about primitive data types, here it's about integer, floating point, Boolean, character. So integer means it defines the integer type of value. Integer type of value means a number without decimal. So if you talk about an integer number, so 10, it's an integer number because it's not decimal. So just to represent this integer value, we have these keywords: long, int, sort, byte. Now you'll say this integer is defined in this many categories. Yes, it is. And it's intentionally defined because this all keywords are used in real time based on the requirements. Now just talking about the integer first. So here comes byte. The smallest data type is byte. Integer data type is byte. It's used to save spaces in large array. So basically byte is the smallest integer data type. So it's like, see now why this integer is differentiated in this many categories, just for saving the memory. Now just for, it's like, if assume that uh, uh, if a variable, or it's like just assume that if in any case you you pass only small value data. Small value data means you know that it's restricted, that it should be under 100. So obviously that space, that integer value will not take much space. So if we define int, then by default we have to give, like you can say, by default we have to give us large space if we define int. So basically it's differ in the based on the sizes. So that's why we differentiate it. Like byte is the smallest one, sort is larger than byte but smaller than int and sort. That's basically int. This is the most commonly used. So in general we go with int. So it's like, if we don't have any idea that either we should go for long, int, short, so it's like usually we go with int. So by default we use int, but it's better to know about these options too. So, and long is used for the longer range, like when we are passing the values in million, billions in that form, then we will go for long. It's like that. So integer is defined in this part. Now again, floating point is defined in two part. One is double and other one is float. So now here, float and double both represents the decimal value, but float, it represents till the 8 character, till the 8 decimal points, and double, it takes as many as decimal points you want. So float is restricted to some decimal point, and double, it's used as like as many as decimal points you have. That doesn't matter. But usually we more often we use double. Now again, Boolean. Now this Boolean takes only the value in form of true and false. And then now comes character. So in character, it's basically we pass single character, or you can say alphabetical values. That's all. And in non-primitive, we have string, array, and you have many more like classes, interfaces. Now this non-primitive, I'm not going in that deep because we'll be talking about this separately. So we are not going in that deep here. Okay. So I hope this two options of data type is clear. How this data type, basically what are the different types of data type and what exactly the data type means. If you tell in simple word, the word data type defines everything. When I say data types, that means I'm talking about the type of data. So the data that we are passing, we are talking about that type of data. That's what data type means basically. I hope it's quite clear. Now, in next section, we will discuss an example where we'll be defining these data types, and we'll see how we are going to use them. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In the last section, we just checked that what is data types in Java. Now we'll write a code using the data types in Java. But before moving to the data types, let's understand about one of the most important and important section, that is identifiers in Java. So before using the data types, it's very important to know identifiers, because along with data types, the identifiers are always used. So first, let's understand what this identifier means. We call it as identifiers or variables. So in Java, identifiers are the name given to an element in a program, like variable, methods, classes, package, and interface. So basically, the name that we give to a particular section that we define, it's like if we define a variable. So just to identify a variable or just to identify a data, you need to have an identifier. So you need to give certain name, like you have given the name of package. So that's a name that's provided by you. It's not something that's predefined in Java and I'm using it straight away. It's like I'm giving those names. Again, when you give the name of the class, this is me deciding that which name I'm going to give to a particular class. But when you are naming these classes or when you are providing the names, you have to keep few things in mind. Like first, letters and digits. So identifier can include letters, digits, underscore, and dollar sign, but cannot start with a digit. So it means that when you are writing a letter, or basically here what it means, that you can define a name. Basically, you can include the name, like if you are naming a variable as num. So it's if like you are trying to define a particular variable as num. So with this num, you can add the number at end if you want. You can add a number at end, but not at the beginning. If you add at the beginning, then this is wrong. This is not correct. So it's like you can do this way. You can write it at the name, at the end, you can give a number, or like num first. So just num is one word. This num is one word. And along with this, you want to add first. So just to add this num and first, both words together, you use the underscore sign. So this is the underscore sign. So after this, you can write first. So this is how you define the identifiers. So you have to keep in mind when you are defining the identifiers, it should be in this way. So you can use the dollar sign, you can use the number sign, you can use the underscore, but remember these things should not be used in the beginning. No special characters identifiers are used, like no white spaces, commas, or any other characters are allowed with the names. Again, no keywords, like class is a keyword, public is a keyword. So no keywords are required. You can't use any keywords like class, public, static. These keywords you can't use as an identifier name. Case sensitive. So you talk about identifier, it's case sensitive means like, see, usually uh, case sensitive means like when we define a variable or when we define an identifier, we keep in mind that usually the identifier name starts with lowercase. But when you define a class, when you define an interface, you keep it in uppercase. So usually when we define variables, when we define a method name, we always keep it in lowercase. Now let's try an example just to see how to use those all these data types. So we'll see that. So here, let me create a new class, naming it as a data type class. So I'll give now, usually when you give the name of the class, it should be always in capital. Now here data is one name and types is a different one. So I give data underscore type. So now this is the name of the class. Again, as usual, I take this public static void main and finish. Now here we are going to define all the data types. So first I start with int. So when I say int, now I'm not going to use long, short, and all of them. I'm just going to use the main one that we use in real time. Now after int, see, you are going to assign a value. So to assign a value, you need to define a variable. So I say num is equals to 10. So here, this num becomes my, this num, this num becomes my variable. So here this num becomes my, this will become my variable. So yeah, it's like, writing is not that easy. So then this becomes my variable. And this equals to sign is basically used for assigning the value. Now equals to is also very important. So this becomes my variable. Now we call it as variable. That's the term that we have given. So that's why I'm writing it so you remember that this is my variable and this equals to is as an assignment operator. So that's basically used to assign the value. Now, this name can be anything you like. Like I prefer giving the name as num. So you can give something else. It's your choice. But the the name should start with a lower case and it should not start with numbers. Remember that. So this is how we define integer. Now the same way we'll define a double value. So I'll say double, and this time I'll say num1 is equals to 20.5. Same way I can define a character value saying that character, I just give C because it's a character. Now, again, you can give the name as any alphabetical names as well as a variable name. And when you define a character, this should be in single quotes. Remember that. Now, after that, for Boolean, we will pass only true and false in Boolean. So here I passed Boolean. I didn't give a variable. Cool. Now let's use string here as well because string we are going to use it very often. But remember, string is not a primitive data type. It's a non-primitive data type. And basically string is a class in Java. So don't say that string is a data type. You can say string is a class in Java. That's a something different thing. That's an advanced level of thing that we'll be talking later. So right now I say string and I say string name is equals to, I give IT learn 360. So I've defined all the data types here. So remember, anything inside double quotes is a string value. So if you're writing anything inside double quotes, remember it's a string value. Now let me print this out. So I write the integer value and I give the plus sign and I pass the variable name. Now here you see, if the other way you see the integer value, this is written inside double quotes. So we call it as a string value. And after that, I have given the plus sign and then I have passed a variable and the variable is in form of integer. So that means here I am joining a string value and a variable. So this the integer value. So it's like this is called concatenation. Concatenating here we are adding a text with a number. So this is how we do. So when we write a print statement, we write this way. In double quotes, we write the message. And along with that, here basically I give plus and again the variable name, whichever the variable name is, just pass it on here. So this is how you can print the rest too. Okay, the same way you can print the character value, and plus C. And the same way you can give the Boolean value. The Boolean value and plus value. Now, one thing if you have noticed, int is in purple color, double is in purple color, char is in purple color. So all the keywords you see, usually it's in purple color, but string is not in purple color. So that means string is not a keyword in Java. It's basically a class, whereas these are the keywords in Java. Now, at last, if you want to print a string statement, so just write a print, give the message, the name of channel, and give plus name. So right now here, basically you are doing concatenation with a string with a number, number with a string. Now you can write a separate program and understand the same thing, but I'm trying to explain all in one because it's better you understand from here. So this is a string, string with a number, string with a decimal, string with a character. We are doing concatenation. So when I run this code, you'll see it's printing the value, the integer value 10, the decimal value this. Again, the character value is A, Boolean value is true, and the name of the channel is plus name. Now, because here I've done a small mistake, instead of giving double quotes here, I gave it here. So as you see, string with integer, string with decimal, we are trying to make concatenation, means we are trying to add two lines together. At last, we have added a string line together. So this is a string line and plus name is also a string. So we have added the string thing also together. Great. Now you see everything is attached to this. Now I've done this intentionally, like at the end of the statement, you see the numbers, everything is added. So when what it means here is after this word, I have not given space. So that's why the characters are combined here. Now when I give space and run this, then you'll see there is space between these two. Correct? So if you want to maintain space, you have to give space there too. So in this, we have seen how we can define a data type, how we can print the data types, and as well as how we can print a string, how we can print the text with variable, how you can print text with number, how you can print text with text. All this is covered in one example. That's all in this section. Now, in next section, we'll talk about the next topic. Then, bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. In this section, we'll be talking about scanner class. Now, in last video, you have seen that we initialize the value to a variable, and then we use that variable. And basically, we talked about the data types. So that's one way of initializing value, or you can say that's basically defined by the user. And if you define a value as int a is equals to 10, so it's obvious that that value will stay as int a is equals to 10 only. So in that case, the value which you have defined, that a value will stay as 10 throughout the class. And in case you want the input from the user, that means you ask the user that you give certain input, and based on that, we get the output. So now here, the scanner class which we are talking about is input using scanner class. So here, user can give their own input. So in Java, to take input from user, you can use scanner class, and this class stands inside java.util package. Now, this is very important to know that in which package this scanner class is, because in future you may be asked that, okay, tell me in which class this thing is. So it's better that you know the package name. So java.util is a package created by Java, and inside that we have the scanner class. Now here it's mentioned the scanner class provides methods to read different types of data such as integer, float, number, and string for various input source like keyboard files, etc. So basically here the scanner class provide methods to read different types of data. Now, how this scanner class provide methods to read different type of data, we'll see that. So let's create a new class here and saying this class as input type. Take this main method as usual. Now, here I'm giving this comment line. So usually when a line is, when you give forward slash, and if you write some input like create a scanner object. So when you give forward slash before any statement in Java, it means that line is comment. So Java is not going to read in that. So it's like if I've given a message, create a scanner object to read the input. So this is just a message for your understanding purpose, and this is a comment line. So Java is not going to read this line number 6. This is just for your understanding. So I said here we are going to use a scanner class. Now because it's a class, so the first letter will start with lowercase, sorry, uppercase. Now scanner is the class. Now when you create a class, along with that you give a reference name. Usually it's called as object. Now I have not talked about this object before, so I'm not going in deep into it right now. Just you need to know that this is how we create an object. Like scanner is a class that's already defined in Java. SC is the reference here. The reference name is equals to new scanner. This is how we define the object. This is enough for the timing. So here, so I have written scanner. So basically I will import this scanner class. See, it's inside java.util. Now, why I mentioned that point that package name is important when you write, basically why it's important to know the package name is. Now here, the new thing that comes is like java.util is something that's defined in a package and that's defined by Java. Now, if you are using something that's already defined in Java, then in that case, you have to import that thing. So here I will say import scanner. So when I say import scanner, so basically you see this line is added import java.util.scanner. So that means now I'm allowed to use this scanner class. Now here in the parameters, I will pass system.in. Basically it takes the input. So scanner method takes the input. Now this part of code, what it is, now it's too early to talk about. Right now you can assume that this is how we define an object and this is the line we write for the scanner. Later, when I'll be talking about the class and objects and constructors, then I will come back to this thing and I'll mention you what I'm doing here, what I'm passing here in the bracket, system.in. Right now, it's like this is the scanner class. Scanner SC is equals to new scanner. That's what the object I have created. Now, I'll write a print line saying enter the name. Now, enter the name. So basically, you are asking for name. So this name will be basically a string value. Because if I'm taking a name, obviously that will be a name. So it's a string value. So I write the keyword string name is equals to. I say SC. SC is the reference name for the scanner or the object name that I've given dot next line. SC dot next line. Now what is this for? So this line is to read the input as string. Clear? So now this is like when I've written string name is equals to sc dot next line. So this will take a string value. Now in the same case, if I want to take an integer value, so again, I'll write a print statement and next line saying enter the age. Now, obviously this age is going to be an integer value. So I'll take a data type as int and I'll give the variable name as age is equals to, now again using sc dot. Now here I'm not going to use next line. In fact, I will use next int. So the method which I was talking about basically, here I said that a various input source like here, class provides methods to read different types of data. So that's what I mean here. Like here, this class provides different. So for this string, it's a next line. For this, it's like next int. So again, for float, you will have something else, next float. So basically, when you are taking the data types or when you're taking the values, you have to keep in mind that you are using the right method. That's very important. Okay, cool. So this is how we take the values from the user. Now, if you want to print this output, you can print it saying that SYSO print. And what do you want to print first? You want to print the name. So give a data name plus the variable name is name. That's one thing. Now, again, you want to add the age too. So again, give plus. Now you see this name plus name. This was for one section. Okay. The other one, again, I want to add age 2 in the same line. So again, I'll write plus. After that, give double quotes, give it as age. Now, it's very important to know how to write these statements because you will come through this in real time as well. So here again, age, and for age, again, this is the variable plus age. So this is one section, name plus name, and this is one section, age plus age. And just to add them both, we have plus in between. So it's very important to know how to write the print statement. Now, if you are beginner, it's obvious you'll have problems in understanding this. So I'm making it easy. So this is like the message that I'm passing. This is the variable that I want to add to the message. So this ends here itself. Now, if you want to add a new statement, so again, give plus in between and again, a new message and again, a new variable. This is how it goes. Now, let me run this code here. So when you run this code, it asks for name. So I give the name as IT Learn. It asks for age. So I'll give the age as 10. So you see it prints name IT Learn. Now there is no space between this age. So I have to give a space here. So basically there should be space between both. So here I'll give space before the word age. If you want to give comma, you can give that too. So again, it asks for name. So I say IT Learn. Again, it asks for age. So I'll give 10. So name IT Learn, age 10. Got it? So I hope it's quite clear how we take the input type, how we take the input values, and as well as how we use in different data types. So that's about the scanner class. In next section, we'll talk about the next video. Till then, bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this section, we'll talk about the typecasting in Java. Now, this is one of the interesting section, and it's a small section where you will just see how you can typecast the data. Now, what it means by typecasting. So typecasting basically means like you have certain data and you're trying to change it type. Like a int data, you want to make it float. Like a float data, you want to make it int. So there are two ways of doing this. One is called widening casting, that is implicit weight. This happens automatically when passing a small size type to a larger type. Like this happens automatically, widening. This is implicit, like it's divided in two parts. One is implicit, another one is explicit. So in implicit, what happens? Like assume a value, you have defined int a is equals to 10. Assume that. Like you have defined a value as int a is equals to 10. Yeah. So int a is equals to 10. Now just you want to typecast this to a float type. So right now here a contains the value as 10. So in that case, you want to convert it into double. So write double. And again, define a variable as b. And what you will do? Just pass the variable here as a. So this one, like the value of a is straight away passed to double. Now this value that was int, that will convert to double. So this is called automatic casting. Like automatically the value was changed to double. This is called automatic casting. Automatic. Now the next one, that's explicit weight. So for that, what we do? For explicit, it's different. So for explicit, it's like, now again the same thing. If I take a value as int a is equals to 10. If I take a value as int a is equals to 10. Now I want to convert this, or basically, no, sorry, not in this one. Forget about this one. Not int a is equals to 10. Talking about like here, see, you have to keep in mind that in widening, it's like, now here, this is one of the most important thing that you have to keep in mind is that when you do widening, in that case, basically it's from smaller to greater. Like int was a smaller value, so I'm converting into a greater one. This takes place in implicit weight. That's the diagram mentioned here. Widening means. Now talking about narrowing is like a greater value that is defined in double basically. Okay, like double a is equals to 10.11 or 10.0. Now if you want to convert this into int, then you can automatically can't convert, like the way you have converted here, you can't do the same here for double. In this case, you have to do explicit casting. So what explicit casting means? So if you want to convert a double value to an int, so you will again write int b is equals to, you'll write int b is equals to, and you want to convert an int value to, you want to convert a double value to int. So you will write a, and in the bracket, you will mention int. So inside the bracket, you will mention it as int. So when you do this and this, so it means that this a value needs to convert it into the int form. So this is called explicit. This is the explicit way of casting. Like a smaller value, like a greater value is converted into smaller value, and this is how it's done. Okay, this is the overview. So this was not done automatically. Now that's another. This is done manually basically. So that's the example of widening and narrow. Basically, that's what it means. Okay, and that's how the casting means. So this is like implicit and explicit casting. So for implicit way of casting, we will take an example, this one, and for explicit, we'll take the other one. Okay, cool. Let's try this in an example. Cool. Let's try this. Let's create a class as typecasting. Now let me define a value as int. Now right now I'm doing implicit casting. So here basically I have defined a variable as int a is equals to 10, and this I want to convert it into the double form. So double b is equals to, so I'll just make it as a. So very simple. Now if you print here b, so it will give you the output as 10.0. So a value in a that's converted to double. And now talking about the explicit casting. So I'll do the again same thing. I'll write int, sorry, here the bigger value. So I'll write double. I'll name it as my double. The variable name is equals to 20.20. Now this I want to convert it into int form. So I'll write my int is equals to. So I'll give this bracket, parameter brackets, and here I will write it int, and then I will pass the variable here. So in this case, what will happen? This double value will convert it into int. So let me print int, my int. So what value you are expecting here? It's 20.20. And if this is converted into int, that means the decimal part will remove and the output will be 20. So this is the most simplest example to understand implicit and explicit weight. Keep in mind, in implicit weight, we go from smaller to greater. In explicit weight, we come from greater to smaller. So I hope when you are converting the values, you'll keep this thing in mind. And this is the easiest example to understand this implicit casting and explicit casting. I hope you like this. Just try to understand this logic so that typecasting will look easy. That's all in this section. Now we'll see in the next topic. Till then, bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. In this video, we'll talk about the arithmetic and relational operators in Java. Now we are getting more into the coding part, like we are starting the coding one by one. It's like first we will do arithmetic and relational operators. So this is the first step to the coding in Java. Now this arithmetic and relational operators. So basically, if you talk about the arithmetic operators, it's a very simple thing. Like we are using the signs like plus, minus, multiplication, division, and modulus. In this, the one that's more important is modulus. The rest is quite simple. You'll get familiar to is very easily. So these are the signs. If you talk about the plus addition, we use the plus sign. For subtraction, we use the minus sign. For multiplication, we use the asterisk sign. And for division, we use the forward slash sign. For modulus, we use percentage. Usually, if you'll see in the real-time situation or in arithmetic codes, you use this percentage, this sign percentage for finding the percentage, but here it's modulus. So I'll talk about this. So straight away, let's move to program. So let me create a new class and name this class as arithmetic operator. Now, as usual, I'll define values here. So I'll take a value as num is equals to 20. This is one value. Again, I take num1 is equals to 30. Now this is second value. Now I have to add them. So for addition, I'll do just like int add is equals to num, use the plus sign and say num1. So now in num, the value 20 will come. In num1, the value 30 will come. And this two will add on and the value will be stored in this add. Same for subtraction. I'm doing sub is equals to. Now here I'll do num1 minus num. So this will give us a positive output. For multiplication, so I'll do as this and I'll say num1 asterisk num. So this will do as multiplication. And for division, like though it's not a proper number to get divided, but still I will do num1 divide by num. So this will do division. So let me change this value to 40. So it will give you an expected output. Good till here. Let me print this outputs. I'll talk about the modulus too. So for addition, I'm printing it as plus add. For subtraction, we'll do sub. For multiplication, we'll do plus multi. Sorry. And for division, print statement saying division. And this will be plus div. Let's save this and run this. So in console for addition, you get 20 plus 40, 60, subtraction 20, again multiplication is 800. And division, when you divide 40 by 20, it gives you the division value that is 2. Now comes modulus. So I'll do mod is equals to 40 mod sorry, it's num1. Percentage sign stands for modulus, and this gives you the mod. Now, what we do in mod basically is, like in mod, we do this way. Like usually when you divide a number, just like if you are dividing, sorry. So like we are doing division. So we do 20 divide by 40. And when you do this, it goes for 2. And this is 40. Now what this modulus gives is the remainder value that you get below. So what is your remainder value here? So if you see, the remainder value is 0. So you have to keep in mind that when you use this mod will give you this remainder value, not this one. This one is, you'll get it through division, and this one you get through mod. So remember, this is for mod basically. So mod always will give you a remainder value. So remember, when you're using mod, now you say why I'm that much focusing on this mod thing is because when you will be writing codes in if else or in some situations where you will be comparing the values, this mod will play an important role. So here, when you do modulus and do mod, so right now 40 is completely divisible by 20. So because it's completely divisible by 20, so here you will get the output as 0. So remember, modulus always gives you a remainder value. So this is different types of operators, the arithmetic operators that you will come across, and these are the operators that you will be using in real time. So this is about the arithmetic operators. Now let's talk about the relational operators. So if you're talking about the relational operators, so in relational operators, basically it's all about the comparison. Like in relational operators, we use this sign, like equals to sign. What this equals to sign does, it's used to compare the value. Now this is exclamation marks. So not equals to, basically it says whether the value is not equal or equal. It's like that. Again, greater than sign checks whether the value is greater than, less than sign checks whether the value is less than. Again, greater than equals to, it checks whether the value is greater than or equals to. Less than equals to, it checks whether the value is less than equals to. So basically these are the relational operators. These are the signs that you will come across when you are doing relational operators. Now straight away, let's understand this through an example. So it will be easier. It's like we don't need to discuss much about this. If you see an example, you will understand it easily. Now this is for relational operators. So again, I take int num and I take a value as 40 and I write int num1 is equals to 60. Now, how to use relational operators? So I'm going to compare the first value num1. So I've written this for the comparison for first. Again, the same I'm doing for num1. The next one will be num greater than equals to num1. Again, the next one will be num less than is equals to num1. And the last one is for num double equals to num1. And we have one more that's called as num exclamation sign is equals to num1. So this is very simple. Now, when you run this code, the output matters. So the output will be in terms of Boolean. So remember, when you are using the relational operators, the output will always be in form of Boolean, that is false or true. So if you talk about the first number, num greater than num1. So is it true? No. Num is 40, num1 is 60. This is not greater than, so it returns false. Second one, num less than num1. Yeah, this is true. So it gives you true. Now, when you come to the third one, here it says greater than or equals to. Now, when you are using two relational operators together, then in that case, if one condition satisfies, then you get the output accordingly. So in this case, you see both of the condition is not satisfied, neither it's greater than, neither it's less than. So here you will get false. But in the second one, you see one of the condition is satisfying, like it's less than. So that's why it gives true. So if one condition is satisfying, it will give you the output in form of true or else false. Now talking about double equals to sign. This is basically used to compare the values. Now double equals to sign, single equals to is used for assigning. So we call it as assign operator. Now this double equals to is used to compare the value. So the value in num and num1, if both is same, you will get the output true. If not, then you will get the output false. So that's why we got false here. And this not equals to that if both the values are not same, then it means true. So just you have to think practically that if this is saying this, then okay, then you'll get the output true and false. If not, then we'll get the other one. That's how the complete scenario works here. So this is the example for arithmetic and relational operators, and this is how both the operators work. So I hope this example is good enough to understand this. To understand the relational and arithmetic operators. That's all in this section. In next section, we'll talk about one of the most important operator, that is unary operator. That's all in this section. Hello everyone. In this section, we are going to talk about the unary operator. So in the last section, we just checked the relational operators and the arithmetic operators. That was quite easy, but this one is interesting. This one needs your attention. So you have to go through this. Basically, this one is interesting. Like, we'll see this. So here, when we talk about unary operators, so in this unary operators, you have these signs: plus, minus, double minus, not. Now, these are the operators. Basically, this double plus and double minus, what this means. So double plus and double minus means that when you want to increase the value by 1. So basically, when you want to increase the value by 1, so that will be, we'll use this double plus and double minus sign. So this is just for increment and decrement. And this one is when you want to make a value as not, then in that case, it will be like you want to make like a value is, for example, true, and you want to make it false. So you'll use this not, that is logical complement. So we'll see this through as well as through an example. So let's create a new class for this and name the class as unary operator. Now this plus plus, increment and decrement, you'll be using in real time in the looping as well. So it's very important to understand this example. So I'm going to define a value int a is equals to 10 and int b is equals to minus 10. Now minus 10 I have defined. I have not defined it as 1. And I will define a variable here as well, int a result. Now the results basically will store here. So for using plus and minus, the first unary operator, that's very simple. You use here, like I'm using for the plus one, okay? So this is just a message. Don't get confused with this plus a. This is just a message. So I'll write plus. Usually to print output, we do a, and it prints you the output. Now here the output will be same. Just when you are doing unary operators, you have to do plus a. That's all. Same now here again. When you do print minus b, this is just a message. As usual, to print the output, I'll do the plus sign, and here I'll pass minus b. So these two will straight away print me 10 and minus 10. These two are simple, quite simple. Now the increment and decrement, this is important. Increment and decrement. Now here in this increment and decrement comes post and prefix. I'll be talking about that too. So you have to focus on that. So right now, I'm going to say result is equals to a plus plus. So the value in a, whatever the value in a is, I want to do plus plus. And now when I print this, so when I print this A, so I want to print basically A plus plus. So I'll check my result here. So what output you are expecting here? What happened? I print, cool. Here in double quotes, I write A plus plus, cool. And then I use plus A, plus result, sorry. That's all. So this will print as the result. Now it's better we go one by one. So when I run this code and you see in result in this section, it's printing the result as 10. I've done plus plus. And I said when we do plus plus, it means the value will increase by 1. So try to understand. When I'm doing A plus plus, the value should increase by 1. That's what increment means. But after the variable, if I'm using A plus plus, then this is called as postfix. Now you will understand this. So that's why I'm writing it here. This is called postfix. This is called as postfix. Fix. Yeah. So what happens in postfix is the value is not updating at that very point. It will update later. Now here I do again result is equals to plus plus A. And this time I want to print the result. Sorry. So I want to print the result saying plus plus A. And this time it will be result. Now when you run this code, so when you see the output, it's 12. It's not 11. Now let's understand how this is working. I did postfix. Here I wrote A plus plus, and in result it printed 10. So it's not updating here itself, but when it comes to the next line, that is line number 18, this value update, which was 10 here, this updated to 11. So when I said result is equals to plus AA, so at that point, the A value became 11 in next line, not in the very same line. That's what post and prefix is. So it updated here in the next line. Now when I did plus plus A after this, so after this I did plus plus A. So here the value that was 11 in prefix, this is prefix. So in pre, what happens? It updates in the same line. This is pre. So when you talk about prefix, it updates in the same line. So when the value of A comes here, it's 11. And in this line here itself, the value is updated from 10 to 11 to 12, sorry. So in post, the value is not updating in the same line. It updates in the next line. And when you do pre, it updates in the same line. So that's why it said prefix. So here the value was 10. It updated here in the next line, the value updated to 11. Here when it comes, the A value becomes 11. And that's updated here itself. So it gives the output as 12. So postfix, post after the printing, it updates. In prefix, it updates first and then prints. That's the difference between post and prefix. I guess it's clear and you'd understand here. So that's how post and prefix works. Cool. So that's what about post and pre. This was important. So that's why I said focus on this. This is very important. Now same goes with the decrement thing. So if you do result A minus minus, so it's obvious. Sorry. So if you print the result here itself, Now, if you print the result here, I'm not writing the statement. I'm making it simple. So if you print here, the value will be 12 because it's post. But in the next line, it will update. So now the value will become 11. And when I do minus minus, so this value, the change will take place in the updated one, that is 11. So when I do minus minus, now here if I print 8, so now minus 11, the value updated to 11 and then minus minus. So the value changes to 10. Got it? So it works the same here as well. Now the last one which I was talking about is the flag. So here I'm going to define one more value as Boolean flag, sorry, is equals to true. So right now this flag contains true. And here, if I write a print line, the last one, which was that logical complement I was talking about. So here, if I do not flag, so the flag value is true. When I say not flag, so it changes to false. That's what the use of this logical complement is. So I hope this increment decrement thing is quite clear. This is how increment and decrement works. The value keeps updating itself at regular interval, and this is how it works. I hope this is clear. And this post. So one more thing which you can notice here is every time, like first the value of A was 10, but when we did increment, so the value changed to 11. So the value of this A, which was 10, this changes to 11. So not a new thing is not happening. The current value is only updating itself. So that's how it works. So it's like the current value in the variable keeps updating itself. So that's all about the increment and decrement, and this is how these works. Okay, that's all in this video. In next video, we'll talk about the next topic. Till then, bye-bye, and thank you. Hello, everyone. In this video, we are going to see what is control flow in Java. Control flow is basically here where we are trying to control the flow of code. So it's obvious the flow of control can be controlled through certain keywords. So let's understand those keywords. So control flow in statement in Java is used to dictate the flow of execution of program based on the based on certain conditions or loop. So these statements allows a programmer to make decision, execute certain sections of code repeatedly, or change the execution path. Control statements are essential for adding logics and complexity to Java programs. So basically in control flow, what we do is like we control the flow of the program through certain conditions. So if you see this diagram, here is a condition. It says that if condition is true, then it will go this way. If the condition is false, then it will go the other way. So it's like that. So this is how we control or control the flow, how we control the flow of code. Now there are some different ways of controlling. One is conditional statement, second one is looping statement, and third one is the jump statement. So we'll go through all these three one by one. So first one is conditional statement, means based on the condition, the loop will be controlled or the flow will be controlled. Based on looping, basically there is a for loop that will come across that will help you to control the flow. Like usually when we print an output, the output starts depending on certain conditions or based on certain scenario or based on certain keywords. Like if that's satisfied, then it moves. So basically there we use control statements. Now the last one is jump statement. So basically that's for the switch cases. So we'll talk about this. So these are the three ways of doing, okay, controlling the flow of code. Now, the first one we will look for is the if-else statement in Java. So first one is if-else statement. So if-else are two keywords that's basically used to control the flow of code. So now how you understand this if-else statements is very simple. Uh, Now here, again, the diagram shows if the condition is true, then it goes to the if block, either it will go to the else block. So if else are the two statements basically that helps us to control the flow. Basically, it's a conditional statement. If you try to understand this if else, so just for example, in real time or in your real life, when you talk and when you put multiple options, like if you are offering someone a food, so you say that, okay, you have this option and this option, which one you will have it? Like if you say that you have bread and butter or you have burger, so which one you will go for? So you're giving a choice. So he says that, okay, if you don't want bread and butter, give him burger. So that's the option. So the same way here it is that if the condition, we write a condition, if the condition is satisfied, it go for the if code. If not, that straight away it will go to the else code. Just to understand this, we'll write a program, and it's a very simple one. We'll write a program in which we'll say that take a number. I'll take a number. Basically, take any random number, like I take a number as 20, and I'll try to print whether this number is an even number or an odd number. Very simple thing. Now, if you see, if you think in your mind, it's very simple that this is an even number. Anyone can say that 20 is an even number. Now, how is that possible? It's because it's divisible by 2. Because it's divisible by 2, so it's an even number. So if it's not divisible by 2, then it's an odd number. Very simple. But when we are writing a condition, so that means here we'll have multiple options. So right now I've taken the value as 20. Maybe next time I'll take the value as 21. And again, when I divide by 2, so this is not going to give me a accurate output. So now here we have to think about the logic, that how this thing will be implemented or which logic I'll be using that satisfies in every scenario. So remember one thing, when you're writing codes in Java, be quite familiar, like when you're writing codes in Java, basically you have to keep in mind that the logics that you're writing, that should be good enough that supports in every situation. So these, whatever you are learning, the keywords and all, this is good. But in real time situation, the logic works. The logic works is basically in coding, you talk about the logic. Logic is very important. So you have to be that good enough in writing logics that are like that everyone understands it easily. So talking about this, now which logic will satisfy here? Because if I do division, every time I'll get a different output, and it will be difficult for me to track out that which one is an even or odd number based on different scenarios. For a single number, it's okay, we can write a condition, but not for every situation. So here you have to see, if you divide 20, if you do 20 and you do modulus, if you do 20 modulus 2, what's the output? 0. Where you do 21 modulus 2, that's why I said mod is very important. You are going to use it very often. Where you do 21 mod 2, the output will be 1. Is it? So that's the story here. 20 modulus 2, 0. 21 modulus 2 will give you the output as 1. Now, if I change the number from 20 to 22, still 0. If I change the number from 21 to 23, still 1. So it's quite clear that when you have an even number, the modulus will give you output in form of 0. And if it's an odd number, you'll get the output in form of 1. So now let's start writing the logic here. So we'll write we'll take a new class and I'll name the class as if else. Finish. Now one more thing, what I'll show you here is about the structure. So if else is like if is a keyword here. So first you write a if keyword, how you are using it in Java. In if, inside the bracket, you are going to write certain condition. That's compulsory. If takes condition, remember, if always takes condition. So if the condition is satisfying, if the condition is satisfying, then in that case, the if block will work. That means whatever you are writing inside the if block will work. So this condition is very important. If the condition is true, the if block will work, or else the else block will work. Got it? That's how the if else condition works. So if block is true, then the if block will work. If the else block is true, then the else block will work. So now let's define a value. Int a is equals to 20. So if int a is equals to 20, so if I give a value int a is equals to 20, now I will check this. So I'll write if, in if, I'll write a condition. What condition? A modulus 2. And if a modulus 2 gives you the output as 0, then write the print statement and write it as a. So right here, print statement even number. So if this condition is true, that means 20 modulus 2, if this gives you 0, and if you compare and if that's true, if this condition is true, then you will get this output. If this condition is true, then you will get this output, or else you will get the else output. That is this. If this condition is true, then you will get this. If not, then else. So now when you take a value, this condition should be true. And if this condition is true, then you will get the output in this if block. If not, then in the else block. So here you have to write the condition accordingly, that if this is satisfying, so that's how it goes. Now, if you take the value of a as 20, 20 modulus 2, what will be the output? 0. That will be compared by 0. So if this is true, then it will print you the then it will give you the output in if block. If this condition is not true, then it will give you the output in the else block. So it will move to the else block straight away. Let me run this. So because this condition is true, so I get even number as 20. And now if I change the value from 20 to 21, now this condition will get false. This if block will get false. So straight away it will go to the else block. So that's how if else works. So you have to keep in mind that you see if block, if you talk about the if block, when you click on this is the if. You see in if block, you have a bracket, opening bracket and the closing one. In the else block, you have a bracket. This is the opening one and this is the closing one. So it goes this way. Like in if block, this is the opening one and this is the closing one. In else block, this is the opening and this is the closing one. So basically, whatever related to the if, you'll write inside that bracket, and whatever related to else, you'll write inside this bracket. So this is how the if else statement works in Java, and this is how we use them. So remember, if else is usually used in the conditional state. That's all in this video. In next section, we'll talk about the nested if. That's similar to this. Hello everyone. In this video, we'll talk about the nested if else in Java. So in the last lecture, we checked what is if else. Now we'll see what is nested if. Now nested if statement is a if else statement placed inside if else statement. Now what it means that you'll come across a scenario where not only one condition will be satisfying, it's like more than one condition you have to satisfy. Like if again inside that another condition, that is what maybe multiple if is required. So when you have multiple if scenario, that's called nested if. That means inside a if condition, if it's false, straight away it will go to the else part. If you're writing a if condition and if it's that false, it will go to the else part. If it's true, then it enters in the if block, and inside that block again a if block is written. So again it will study that if statement. Again, if that condition is satisfying, then again go on. So basically you'll have inside a if condition, you'll be writing more if conditions. So that's what a nested if else means. We'll do this scenario where we are going to check the grade deciders. Like if the score is 90 or higher, the student earns A grade. If the score is 80 or in between 80 and 90, then that B grade. If the score is between 70 to 79, then C grade, 60 to 69, D grade. And if it's lesser than that, straight away, it will go to the else, that is failed. So basically here, based on the grades, you are deciding that in which section it should go. So here it will be writing this way, like if, and against inside that we'll write else if, and we'll go on. Let's write program for this so you'll understand better. So let me create a new class and name this class as nested if. So as usual, I'm going to take the value, and right now if I assume grade as, or I say the grade, we'll take it as score marks. Okay. So if I say int test score is equals to, right now I say 75. Okay. And I'll write condition for this. If the test score, if the test score is greater than, is equals to 90, then we will say this is a, here I'll say print saying that grade A is achieved. Okay. This is one if condition. Now inside this, if this condition is true, it will print this. Now again, I'm writing one more, that is else if. In this I say if the test score is greater than, or I say is less than, is equals to 89. Now here basically one condition will not work, or like we can say straight away here, if it's greater than or is equals to 89. What is this? Okay, score S will be in capital. So here if I'm saying if it's greater than or is equals to 80, basically, yeah. So here you see if test score is greater than or is equals to 80. Now greater than 80 or is equals to 80. Now both things matter here. That now greater than 80 means that's here we'll write the condition, we'll write two conditions here basically. Here we are going to write two conditions. This will work with the one condition itself. Like here, if I say test score is greater than is equals to 80. Now, if the score is somewhere between this greater than 80, that means like if it's greater than 90, then obviously it will give you greater grade A. If it's greater than or is equals to 80, then I'll say the grade will be B. Now again in this else if the test score is greater than equals to 70, then in that case it will say print, and it will be like grade C. And again, else if test score greater than equals to 60, it's grade D. It's fail. Now you see here I said test score 75. So it's greater than 70 and it's greater than and it's between 80. So it says grade C. Now if I say test score as 85, then it will give grade B, because something between 80 and 90, it will give you that. So basically here what we are doing, inside a if condition, if this is not satisfying, it goes to the second one. This one is satisfying, then it's fine. It stops here itself. Now if I give the grade as 50, straight away it will give fail. Neither the first one condition is true, neither the second one, not third, fourth, and straight away it comes to the else part. So else if works in this way, like when you have multiple condition if else statements to write, and if one is satisfying, then fine, it will go to the straight away it will print you that. If not, then it will go to the second one. Similarly, it will go to the third one, it will go to the fourth one, it will go on. So wherever the condition gets satisfied, there itself the code will stop executing. That's how the else if statement works. So inside a if statement, we are writing multiple if statement. And when you are writing if statements, then we'll write this way else if. So the nested if statements, we are writing this way else if. So that's how the else if statement works in Java. And that's how we execute. That's all in this video. Now we'll talk about the next looping statement in the another video. Till then, thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the switch case in Java. Now the switch case, we don't use it very often, but yeah, in some cases, this is very useful. So it's very important to know about the switch case in Java. Now let's understand through a diagram, like what the switch case is. This is used to execute one block of code for multiple possible options based on the value of expression. So it's often used as more readable alternative to complex chain of if else statement when there are multiple distinct cases to check. So here, like if you want to understand the switch case, it's better if you take an example of switch, the switches that you use in real time. Like when you click on, the on option is executed, but basically the switch and the lights are on. If you do off, that's basically it's off. So here switch case is like that. Like in switch case, what happens? You write a case or you write a condition. Basically here, what happens? Option is selected. That means here, if you write a case, basically here we write the condition based on the cases. Like if the case one satisfied, then statement one will print, and there itself the code will break. It will not go to the next cases. If the case one is not satisfying, it will go to case two. It will take the case two, and there itself it will execute. So it's like that. And this will go on. So as many as cases you write, that many cases will execute. So basically here you have to give an input. That input, if that case is matching, then it will print you out. If not, straight away move to the next one. That's how the switch case works. So in this scenario, we are taking one where we are trying to print the days in the week based on the input. So this is how it looks like. Like here in switch case, you basically you write all the case numbers, and once you have written case, there itself you break it. So once it's broken, then in that case, it will move out of that particular case schedule. So let's write code for this. So let me create a new class and name it as switch case. Now I've given input day is equals to 3. Now here I'll write first is switch. So in this switch, only one condition, the day will pass. And here inside this switch, I'm going to write all my cases. Like first one as case 1. This is how we write it. Case is in lowercase. Case 1. Now see what in this purple color, whatever you see, those are the keywords here basically. In case 1, I write a print statement saying it's Monday. And it breaks here itself. Now this is case 1. Now this is case 2. Now this is case 3. Now this is case 4. Now this is case 5. Now this is case 6. Now this is case 7. And at last, by default. So if you'll see here, after all cases, last one is for default. So I write default and then a print statement, invalid day. So let me change the case numbers. 2, come down to this 3, come down to this 4, come down to this 5, come down to this 6, come down to this 7. So now here you see case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, case 5, case 6, case 7. So now the day which you enter, like if I have entered the day as case 3, and if I run this code, sorry, here I have entered, okay, everywhere I have written Monday. So I have to just change the date, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and the last one is Sunday. Now when I run this, so I get the third one, that is Wednesday. So basically here you see the third case satisfied, it printed, done. Now it's not going to the next case. Straight away it breaks here because I have written this break. So break means it will break here itself and it will come outside the switch case. Now if in case I pass a number that's not in the case, sorry, and then I run it. So it will give you the default one, that is invalid day. Got it? So that's how the case works. When you enter the case day number, accordingly the case executes and print you the output from there. If the case days numbers are not done, then straight away it goes to the default one. That's how the switch case works and that's how it functions. So it's very simple. Give an input satisfied, done, break there itself. If not, then it will give you the default statement. So this is how the switch case works. So I hope this is clear. Now in the next one, we'll talk about the next looping control, that is the for loop and while loop. That's all in this. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this section, we'll talk about the for loop in Java. Now, first let's understand what is for loop. So if you talk about the looping, so the for loop here it is this one. This is our for loop. So for loop in Java is a control statement, control flow statement used to execute a block of code repeatedly for a specific number of iteration. So it's like it's saying it's a control flow statement that's used to execute a block of code for a specific number of iteration. It's often used under the number of iteration is known in advance. So the for loop is used in which case? When I know that how many iterations I have to do. For example, I want to print the values in a sequence like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, right now, you know that we can print one value at a time. But here what we are doing, we are trying to print multiple values in a sequence like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So altogether, we want to print 5 values in a sequence. Now looping means here sequence means every time you see +1, +1, +1, +1, that's the first thing. Now second thing, I know that my start point is 1 and my end point is 5. So I have to stay inside this particular section. So here we will use for loop. So if you want to print all the values in a particular sequence, we use for loop. Now one more thing you need to know is when we are using for loop, so we use the for keyword, and in this we pass 3 values, or here you can say in this we pass 3 sections. So here I write for loop, and in this for loop we pass 3 sections. The first one is initialization, as it is written, this one, initialization. Second one is condition. So I'll write certain condition, based on that this loop will work. And the last one is based on the requirement, we will use increment or decrement. So now these 3 values we have to pass: initialization, condition, increment and decrement, these 3 things, and then the loop will execute. For example, if I'm trying to print the values from 1 to 10, so I know the initial point, that means the starting point is 1 and my ending point is 10. So I have to design a condition that works, that the entry point will be here 1. So that will be my initial installation value. That's my entry point. And what's my condition, or what's my dead end? 10. So that means I have to write certain condition that satisfies and the values come in a proper loop. Now let's understand this program, or write this program through code. And it's very simple. So let's write that. So as usual, let me create a new class. Name this class as for loop. And here, all right, the loop statement for. Now after for, it takes 3 values: initial point, that is int I is equals to 1. That's my start point. Condition. So I want to print the values from 1 to 10. So I'll write the condition I less than is equals to 10. Now because I'm printing all the values from 1 to 10, so I want that loop should increase every time by 1. Now here I'm using post increment. It's because every time I want the code to should execute and then the value changes. Now I write a print statement and say I. Save and run this. So you see it's printing the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now the story here is how it works. So first I have initialized the value as 1. Then I have written a condition. It comes to the condition that is I less than. So the value of I is 1. 1 less than equals to 10. So because this condition is true, so it prints the I value. That is 1. And because it's I plus plus, so it's not going to change here itself. Once this loop is executed, then the value of I changes from 1 to 2. So this first section will stay only for the first time. Second time, the value of I will change to 2. Again, this condition will be checked. If the condition is true, it prints the second value. This goes on till the value of I becomes false. That means once the value of I becomes 11. So it's obvious that this condition will get false at that point. So once the loop is false, the loop stops working and it terminates there. So when you are working in loop, you have to keep in mind till the condition is satisfactory, it will work. Once the condition is done, the loop execution stops. So this is one of the most important section you'll be using in longer. You'll be doing more of the programs like pattern printing programs and all. Those programs I'm not doing in this video. Maybe in future I'll create one more video where I'll write some programs on for loop and you will see how important the for loop is. So right now, I guess the concept of for loop is quite clear. I hope. So it's like we have 3 sections. We have to execute accordingly. We have to understand the entry point. We have to understand the condition, and accordingly, we have to execute the loop, and loop prints the value in a proper sequence. So that's how looping works. That's all about in this. In the next video, we'll talk about another loop, that is a while loop. That's all. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this video, we'll talk about we'll try to see what is Java, what is OOPS, and its importance. So now this OOP is one of the base or I say heart of Java. So in beginning, if you remember, I was giving the definition of Java. I said there is a OOPS concept, and I'll talk about that OOPS concept later. So that's something that's very much important. And this is the favorite interview question section of any interviewer. So if you understand OOPS, you're going to remember it longer. And this is going to help you throughout. So OOPS is that important that if you are good with OOPS, if you understand OOPS well, then you can do codes very easily in Java. So first in this video, we'll talk about OOPS, what exactly OOP is. I'll try to make you more familiar with this OOP concept. And then we will talk about the, then we'll see the examples related to it. So the first one is, what is OOPS? So if you talk about OOPS, object-oriented programming is a programming paradigm based on concepts of objects, which can contain data, method, and methods. So here you have seen that we create classes. Now to run these classes, we'll create objects. So basically inside the classes, you have data. Right now, I have not introduced methods. So you will have methods too. So basically in a class, you have datas and method. And to execute these datas and method, you will need an object. And that makes a complete structure of OOPS. So OOPS provide a modular and organized approach to build software, making code easier to maintain, modify, and reuse. So now when you write a particular step inside a method, so that particular step becomes as like, that particular thing becomes as like that something that's written over there. So something that is written, that's something becomes like, okay, you can reuse it again and again. It's like that. So some steps that's put inside a method or inside a function, so that thing we can use it again and again. So there are four main principles of OOPS that's called as encapsulation, abstraction, inheritance, and polymorphism. Now these four principles you have to know properly, and these four principles will help you to read or to run a class and object in Java. Now, I'm not going to the descriptions of these principles. We'll go through each one by one. Right now, we'll try to understand a simple explanation of OOPS. OOPS module software based on real world entities, for example, like car. Car has an attribute. So if you talk about this car, so what are the attributes of car? Color, model, speed. Attributes means the behavior, or you can say the behavior of these cars. Basically, you have a color, you have model, you have speed. These defines the car, how good it is. So that's basically a behavior of car. Now, to run a car, you need methods like start, stop, brake. So these are certain methods that helps a car to function. So now just understanding through this example, the attributes will be your data, and these methods will be like you are creating methods so that every time you can follow the same process again and again. So something is there which you are going to reuse it again and again. That's what OOPS helps you to achieve. Now, what's the importance of OOP? So importance of OOPS in Java is that object-oriented programming is essential in Java as it provides a structure, efficient and maintainable way to develop complex software. The key important of OOP is modular and modularity and organization. OOPS in Java help developer create modular code by breaking complex code into small parts and then making it easier to use. Reuse of code, as I said, there is certain function that's already defined and you can reuse it again and again. That OOPS provide you for. Now the security of data through encapsulation, there through the principles which I have already talked about. Through those principles, you can maintain the security of data. So that's another thing that you can do. Now, easy to maintain and stable. With OOPS, adding new feature of fixing bug is easier. That means like Now here, with OOPS, adding new feature or fixing bug is easier. Since code is organized into class, changes can be made to specific part of program without affecting the entire system. This result is more maintainable and scalable application. So because the code is organized, this can be made easier for program if you want to update something in your code, because it's in separate method and all. So it becomes easier for you to go to that particular method and do the changes, whichever changes required. Okay. So it's like you don't need to, when you're doing changes in that particular function, it's not affecting the complete system, or you can say the complete code. So that's the importance, and that's why OOP is important, because everything is structurized here. Now, when you'll be using it, you'll get more better idea. Now, overview of OOP is it's a structure that we follow using class and objects, and we have different features along with it that will help you to make things proper. That will help you to be your code more structurized, secure, reuse. That means easy to use. Got it? That's what OOPS means here. That's all in this section. In next section, we will see the examples on OOPS and we'll understand it more better. That's all. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this video, we'll talk about the class and objects as well as constructor in Java. Now we'll cover all these three in one video. In the last video, we talked about the OOPS concept, and there I just showed just a little bit discussed about the class and object. Now we'll go in deep about this. So let's understand first this class and object. So this is a definition of class, saying that class is created is an abstract or logical entity. It serves as a template that defines the characteristics and behavior of the object created for it. While a class itself does not occupy memory, the object created for the class do. So basically you can say class is a template, means like usually if you have seen, we give a class name. So it's like just a template. We are creating a structure, and inside that structure, we are writing our code. So if you see from the real time situations, like in real time situations, what we do, we are just creating a structure, or we creating a design of the class. That okay, this is certain design, and inside this design, you have to do this, this, and this. That's all it goes. So that's what it says. Class is it serves as a template. Inside that, we create objects, we create variables, or we create data types, and that is basically the behavior of the class. And objects basically the functions that we are doing. Now talking about this, for an example, if you see like the car example, this color module here, when I feed this acts as attributes. Attributes, like basically I'm assigning some values to it. And methods like start the car, accelerate the car, stop the car, these are basically the functions here. So that's all about the class basically. Now we'll understand about these methods. We are talking about the methods, so it's very important to know what are the methods. So basically there are two ways of creating methods. There are basically two ways to create a method. Now what are the two ways? So the first one is, and it's of two types. One is returnable and other one is non-returnable. So the first one is returnable. Returnable. Now what is returnable and other one is non-returnable. So this one I'll take it as non-returnable. Non-returnable means that it's not returning any value. So it means like if I create a method, now how we create a method, we give a keyword here, void. Now what this void means? Void means empty. That means this is not going to return any value. So I write void, I give the method name. Now method name can be anything we like. So I'm giving the method name as add. So this is the method name. And inside this method, like I'll have a curly braces, the opening and the closing one. Now, along with any name, if you find this parenthesis, that means it's a method. So this is a method name, and this is a method, and this is non-returnable, means this will not return any value because it's a void. Now, based on the requirement, we have to take care that which type of method I'm going to create. Am I going to create a returnable method or a non-returnable method? The second one is returnable method. Now talking about the returnable method. So returnable method is where we return certain value. Returnable is where we are returning certain value. So this is the second way of creating method. Like just for example, if I give data type before a method name. So if I give, sorry, if I give a data type before a method name, then in that case, here I'll write int add, and this is a returnable method. It's similar to the first one. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a value, return it as integer. Because I have given the data type name as int, so it's going to return a int value that is 10. Now, because the return type is not, or because the return type here is int, or because the data type I have used here as int, so this is sure that we are going to return a value here. Now, instead of int, if we had string, so we'll return a string value. If we had double, then we would return a double value. So based on the return type that we have mentioned here, we'll return that type of value. So these are the two ways of creating method basically. Cool. Now we'll create an object, now class, and then we'll talk about the object. So here for every sections we have to create, for every class we have to create objects just to call those methods. Now talking about the objects, so object is an instance of a class where you create an object where you make a specific item based on the class blueprint, and each object has its unique value for the properties defined in the class. So it's like for every class we are going to create an object, and that particular object, or basically that object, will help us to run the class. Like for example, we have a scenario, I'm going to write code for this employee management system where we'll create these attributes: name, ID, department, salary. So name is a string value, ID is an integer, department is a string value, and salary int. Now this employees can be performed such as display employee details, give a raise, like these are the methods. So let's write code for this basically. Uh, so here I'll create a class, new class, that is employee details. Now this is the code for this, but I'm not going to type everything one by one. Instead, I'm going to straight away copy from here because already I've explained you the requirement. Now I have to define variables. What it's like, I have to define one as string. Now everything you'll define outside the main method because we are going to create separate method. Already we have a main method. We are going to create a separate method. Again, I said string department, sorry. String, that is department, and the last one is salary. So double salary. Sorry. Now here, sorry, what was int for ID? Sorry. Here I'll keep it as ID. So these four fields I have created. Now I'm create a method for this. So I'm going to create a general method that is void display details. And in this method, in display details method, I'm going to display all these details. Which details? So I'm going to display the details like, we'll display the details, that is name of the employee. So we'll give that, the name, the ID, the department, all of this, we are going to define it here. So similarly, we are going to define these all sections. These four sections, we are going to define it here. Now it's a method that's created separately. Display details is a method that's created separately. And to call this method, we need to create object, because if I'm writing anything outside the main method, Java is not going to read that. And because main is already a method, we are creating a method outside main. So that's one thing. So to create anything outside the main method, basically we are creating methods outside and to call that method. Now, if I run this code, you'll see I'll get nothing in the console window. Why is that so? Because it's written outside the main method and Java is not reading it outside the main method. So for that, we are going to create a object, and using that object, we'll call these methods. So how to create an object? So here I'm going to create an object just by using the class name. Now obj is basically a reference name that I've given, and new, the class name, is basically the way I've created an object. Create a object. So now here, create an object. So object is created. Now using this object, straight away I can call the method that is display details. So straight away I'm calling this method display details, and this method will be called directly. Now the values are not assigned to these fields like name, ID, department, salary. So there are two ways of doing this. I'll go with both the ways. Here itself, in the method, here itself, I'll define again a new variable saying as one for name, other one for ID, again another one for department, and the next one for salary. Now this means that when I'm calling this method will look for the values, these four variables that I have defined. This method needs value for this. So here I'll pass the name as John. I will pass the ID here as 101, department, IT department, and salary will be like something 20,000. Great. Now these values, because I've defined the variables here, so this is called as calling the methods. And here we are passing the values in argument. If I'm not passing any values, then it's not like passing the values. Here it's called like passing the values in argument. Now the values are passed on here. So these values I can pass to name, saying NA. In ID, I can pass this I. In department, I can pass this. And for salary, sorry, it's salary is equals to SA. And we are printing all these values here. So let's save this and run this. So what happens? Here you see all the values are called, passed on here. Once it's passed, it's stored in these variables, and those are printed accordingly. Great. This is like here, you can say this is like here, calling the method. So here I'm calling the method. It's like calling and passing the values in parameter. So here I'm passing the values in parameter. And these values are passed on here and here, because I'm assigning these values to these variables that automatically define and saved. So this is how we create object. We call the values, we call the methods, and we pass the values in method. Now, one thing here is, like you see, when I'm calling the values or I'm calling the methods. So if you have noticed here that if you see when I'm calling the methods or this, here I'm defining a separate variable for all. Is it? Like I'm not using the same variable. I'm defining a separate variable for this. That's one thing. So instead of in that method, I'm passing the value. So every time when I'll call the methods, I will pass value for this. Every time when I'll be calling a method, next time if I call this method, again I have to pass value for this. So it's like something that's compulsory to do, that every time you have to pass values or else it will give you error. Now, just to make this sort, or just to do this sort, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a constructor. Now for this, you will say, what is constructor? So first, let's understand what is constructor. So constructor is basically a special method in Java. In Java, constructor is a special method that is called when an object of class is created. That means here the object of class is created, and it says that constructor is a special method that's called every time an object of method is created. So here the object of method is created, and it's saying it's called every the object is created. How is that? So it says it's used to initialize the object, setting up its initial state by assigning values to the field. A constructor looks like a method but has no return type, not even void. Its name is always as the class name. So if you see when I'm creating an object, I say employee details, obj is equals to new employee details. So here it looks like a method thing, same as the class name, and it's a method because the parameter is a parentheses are there. So basically this is my constructor. So according to the constructor, it says that we create a constructor with same as the class name, and in constructor we don't have a return type, as well as here it's called every time an object is created. So here just below this I'm going to create a constructor, and how the constructor will be, it will be same as the class name. So because the constructor name is same as the class name, I will give it same. I'll give this parameter and this. So just by doing this, here a constructor is created. Got it? So this is the class name. No void is returned, no return type is required, and we don't need to call the constructor too. It's get called by itself. So now what I'm going to do is these values, I'm going to put it here in the constructor, and the values that you are passing at the time of calling, no need to pass it anymore. Just pass it here in the constructor. And do the same thing. These steps, put it inside the constructor. Now, what's the benefit of doing this? Because the output is same. But why we added a constructor and why we need this here? So it's like every time calling a method and assigning values to it, if you want that a value should stay throughout the class, because if you are defining anything inside the method, that will stay only for display detail methods. But now when you are calling this employee details and when you are passing the values to this employee details, this value will stay throughout the class. That's the best thing. Now it will not stay for a specific method, that this will be available for all the methods. So if any method wants to use this name, ID, department, salary value, they can easily use it. So now the second thing, every time when you run this code, the very first step that will execute is this one. This is the first step executing. That means every time this constructor will be called. So this value will be available every time when you run this code. So if you want to put a value inside a class that you want to keep it throughout the class, or you want that value should stay throughout the class, or a value that's required at the time of calling a class or at the time of creating an object, we put it inside the constructor, and constructor help us to do this. So constructor, I hope the concept of constructor is clear. The constructor keeps the value stored throughout the class so that you can use it at any time you want. Okay. So that's what constructor means here, and that is constructor. So this is constructor. This is how we create an object. This is how we call a method inside the class. And this is how we define the attributes. all in one video, where you will talk about the class, object, and constructor. I hope this example is good enough to understand constructor. It's quite clear where we are using it, why we are using it, and why this is required, and how the constructor is called and what is its uses. I hope all is clear. Now, in next video, we'll talk about the principles of OOPS concept. That's all in this video. See you next video. Bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the access modifiers in Java. Now, access modifiers are what? Basically, in Java, there are certain access modifiers. There are keywords that tells us about the nature of the variable or the nature of the methods. So basically, there are few in Java. Access modifiers are the keywords used to set the accessibility of the class, method, and other members. This helps to encapsulate the data by controlling what part of program can access the member of class. Here are the four types. First one is public. Next one is protected. The other one is default. And the last one is private. So these are the four sections that you will come across. First, public, protected, default, and private. Now, what is this public, protected, default, and private? So I'll explain you this through a program. See, in this case, these are the fields. Right now, I have not written anything before this. So if you are not writing anything before any variable or before any method, then by default, Java assumes that it's a public. Now, if you write a public before it, then it's sure that it's public. So anyone can access this class, or this anyone from outside can access this method display details. Now, just if I change this public to private, then in this case, this method or this section can only be accessible by employee detail class. So if any other class wants to use it, they can't. I'll show you this in a inheritance program. Like right now, I've not talked about that, but still I'll show you here. In this program, you see, if I make this section as private, then you see it will start showing errors. You see, it shows error. It says change the visibility of display details. So if I say private, that means I can't use this thing outside the employee class. So that's why I have to make it as public. Now, when I make public, that means I can access from anywhere. Now, protected, that is used only in case of inherited program. Like if I say protected, then the inheritance program, in inheritance, you see it's not showing any error. That means this protected we can use in a inheritance program. So as I have made, so in protected is used when we are doing only inheritance. That if I've made a field as protected, then to use this, I have to inherit this class, or else I can't use it. So private is only for the specific class. That is private is for that. If I make a field as private, so that will be only for that specific class. If I make public, it can be accessible by all. And protected, this is accessible only in case of inheritance. That means if there is inheritance between two classes, then only we can use the protected. So this can be used with a method, with a variable. So we can use this thing with a method, with a variable, with all. And if you're not mentioning it's public, private, protected, then by default it's assumed as public. But the best way to do code is you mention it as public. If you are mentioning it public, don't keep it as default. In case of variable, it's okay. But when you are defining the method, make a habit that you add public before the method. So these are the four access modifiers that you will come across in Java. You'll be seeing in the current programs, in upcoming programs. So you have to keep in mind that these access modifier act this way. So public, private, protected. These are the three access modifiers that you will come across. And I hope by through this, it's clear that what this is doing. So that's all in this section. See you in next section. Bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about this and super keyword in Java. Now, frankly speaking, in this video, we'll talk only about the this, but I will let you know what super is because we need a separate example for super. So in this is a keyword in Java referred to the current object, the instance of the class where code is currently executing. So it's used primarily for distinguishing between the class variable and the method parameters for calling constructor from other constructor within the same class. So here, this keyword in Java is a reference to the current object. Now, what I mean by reference to the current object, in this example, if you see, in this example here, you have this string name, string ID, string department, double salary. Now, when I'm calling this constructor, here you see I'm giving a different name to all the variables. Now, if you're giving a different name, then it's like you're taking more memory. So it's better that you give the same name here as you have defined below, above this. So give the same name as it is. Now you'll say that if I'm giving a same name, so there is chances of confusion. So just to avoid that confusion, we pass this value name here, we pass ID here, we pass department here, and for this one we pass salary. So just to avoid this confusion, I will write this dot name. So that means I'm referring to this current name. I write this dot ID. That means I'm referring to this current ID, and I write this dot department. That means I'm referring to this current department, and this dot salary. That means I'm referring to this current salary. So when you have similar names in methods, or when you are defining the variables with a similar name, then in that case, you will be using this keyword. So basically it's used to refer to the current class variables or methods with the same name. Now here you have variables with the same name. In some case, you may have methods with the same name. So this keyword is used to refer to that. So that's the story of this keyword. So this keyword is used very often when you have similar names. So just to avoid that confusion, we keep similar names, and this keyword help us to do that. Now here, when you run this code, it will give you the same output. So I guess the concept of this is clear. So as it says in definition, it's used to refer to the current object, the instance of the class where the code is currently executing. It's used primarily for distinguishing between the class variable and method parameters and calling constructors and other constructions within the same class. So it's like we have defined those values inside the constructor. Now, if I'll be calling the constructor in the same class, then I'll be using this keyword. Now, the super keyword is referred to the parent class. Now, I have not talked about the parent, the child thing. So that's why I said I'll talk about this later, the super keyword, because I have right now I've not talked about the class and object. Now, basically, I've not talked about those inheritance where we have parent class, where we have child class. So there we'll refer to this super keyword. But remember, super keyword is used for referring to the story is similar. Like there it's same name. Here in super also the story is similar. If something that's defined in the parent class and you want to refer from a different class. So something that's defined in the parent class and you want to refer it from the different class, then we use the super keyword. I guess it's quite clear. The super is when we are dealing with two different classes, when you have parent class and a child class. And if you want to refer a variable, a method, or a constructor in a parent class, then we use super keyword. So that's the difference. If you want to see the difference of this, now we have a separate example, but I've gone with a similar one. It will be easy for you to understand. So if you see the difference here, this refers to the current class instead, while super refers to the parent class instead. This is used for invoking methods or constructor within the same class, while super is used to invoke method or constructor for super class. Now you see, both are doing the same thing. There also I'm invoking the methods, constructor, the variables, or the attributes. Same we are doing it here as well. This can refer to both instance variable and methods within the class. Super is typically used to refer to the inherited attributes or method from the parent class. That's a story here is. So that small thing you have to understand that whatever we are doing, it's like in that case, referring to the parent class and child class. So this is about the this and super keyword. Now we'll talk about this in detail. in the next, when we're doing more examples, we'll talk about this super in detail. I hope that this concept is clear. Now we'll see super in the next one, where we'll talk about the inheritance. So this is the first thing you need to know when you have started the OOPS concept, because these are the basic things. You'll be using it very often in your code. So if it strikes your mind where this came from, so in that case, you should know that, okay, this is something that you have heard before. That's all in this section. The next section, we'll talk about the OOPS concept principles, that is inheritance. Till then, bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now, in this section, we are going to talk about inheritance in Java. So inheritance is one of the most important feature in Java, in OOPS concept, and this you'll be using it very often. You'll be using it very often is like this is commonly like in most scenarios, uh, you'll be using it. Uh, so here we'll try to understand what exactly the inheritance is basically. Just I'll explain you this through a diagram. That in inheritance, what happens like if you have a class as A and one is class B. So it's two different class. Other one is class B. Now in class A, you have some features like you have different variables defined, like you have variables like name, like yeah, the variables like name is defined here. Again, along with that, ID is defined, or you can say you want you have some methods here like here void, or you have a method as void details. Okay, you have a method as void details. Now these methods or these values are defined in class A. Now class B wants to use these informations or just want to take the access of these informations, whatever is defined inside this class. So I want to basically maintain a relation between class A and B. So is a relation is like I'm trying to create a relation between both. So in this case, we use inheritance. And just to see that inheritance is taking place between two classes, we use a keyword called as extends. So extends is a keyword that's used to define the inheritance between two classes. So extends is the keyword that's used to define inheritance between two classes. Now, when it says like, if you go with the definition, inheritance is acquiring the properties of parent class in child class. Like now here, when I say class A extends, class B extends class A. So here A becomes as parent class, this one as parent, and the other one as child class. B becomes as child. So here you can acquire the properties of parent class in child class. So once we are extending this class A, so I'm allowed to use all the properties defined in class A. So that's what inheritance is. So basically, now you see it's very simple to understand, like a parent-child relation. If you have relation with your parents, how will you be identified? It's like because all the features of your parents are in you, so you can say that yeah, these features are inherited from your parents. So same situation here is like if something we are using in the child class, that means that have come from the parent class. And when we do inheritance between two classes, then in that case, inheritance allows us to use the properties from the parent class in child class. That's simple inheritance, and that's the relation of inheritance. Cool. Now let's go to the concept of inheritance. Let's understand the definition and let's try an example of inheritance. So here we'll talk about the inheritance. Inheritance is an object-oriented programming concept where a new class is created from an existing class, and the subclass inherits the properties and behavior of the parent class, allowing the code reuse and create a hierarchy relation between classes. So that means in inheritance, here we have two classes, one parent and other one as child. And we are trying to maintain a relation between the parent and child class by using all the fields, attributes, and method. We have got the access, basically you can say, to use all the fields and methods in the parent class. So that's what inheritance means. Now, this is the importance of inheritance, like code reusability, simplifies maintenance, enhance readability and modularity. So supports extensibility, encourage a hierarchical structure, polymorphism. These all are supported. Overriding. Now, this is one of the most important concept, overriding, that's only done in inheritance. So we'll talk about this also later. So these are the importance of inheritance. You can go through all these theories. Now we'll see an example and code of inheritance in real time. So imagine you're developing a system for a company that manages different types of employee. The company has regular employees and manager. Both regular employees and managers share some common characteristics such as ID and salary. However, manager has additional responsibilities and attributes like managing a team, receiving bonus. So to avoid redundancy, you can define a general employee class to handle the common attributes and method. So what's the scenario? The scenario is like we are developing a system for a company, and in that system that we manage different types of employees. So basically we are creating a system for the employees, and the company has regular employees and manager. So basically in a company we have employees, and both regular employees and managers share some common characteristics. Common characteristics like maybe the same, they may have a particular ID, they may have a name, or maybe have a salary. So these features are quite common for the employees as well as for the managers. So we're going to write code for this, and these are two different sections. So let's see how we'll write code for this. Now let's create an inheritance class. So I'll go to the Java package and I'll create a new class and name this class as inherit main. So I'm keeping it the name as inherit main because the main method will be here. Now below this, I'm going to create two classes. The first class will be for employee. Now you can create the classes separately. I'm creating it in the same page or the same screen because you can see what's happening here. So this inherit main is one class, class employee is the second class, and just next to that, I'm going to create another one that is class manager. So we'll go one by one. Now let's go one by one here. So these are two classes, employee and manager. Now, here, according to the requirement for managers, we'll be creating few fields like for employee, we'll create few fields like string, name, int, ID, double, salary. These fields. Now, just in the last example, you have checked that if you want to keep these values available throughout the class, put them inside the constructor. And how you'll be creating constructor? This is how you'll be creating constructor. And give the same name, employee ID dot salary. Sorry, give the same variable name for all, like string name, int ID, double salary. Now I'm creating a constructor with the same name as the name of um, as the name of the class name. Now I'll just give, don't forget to give public before this. Now in this constructor, you are going to pass the, like basically you need to pass these values. So I'll write this dot name. Already we have discussed this in the last lecture. If you are not aware of it, then I would suggest please go and go through the last class. And here this dot salary is equals to salary. I guess. Cool. So a constructor is created. The fields are defined. Now I'm going to create a simple method as public void display details. And this I'm doing for the employee class. Okay. So this is a constructor. Oh, the wrong word. The spelling was wrong. Now details I'll print first detail as employee ID, and that will be plus ID. The next one I'm going to print as employee name, and that's going to be plus name. And the other one is going to be as salary, basically employee salary. And the other way is plus salary. Cool. So these are the fields, these are the values that I've created for the first one, that is the employee class. Now I have the attributes here. I have a method here that's called as display details. Now this manager class wants to use this employee details. Like when I'm a manager, he will not like to create all these fields again. So if you want to use these fields, so first thing it's like you'll use the keyword as extends. So extends is the keyword that tells that we are doing inheritance. And then it's like it extends. So manager is trying to extend employee. Now, one thing, because you have a constructor in employee class, so you see it says manager add constructor for manager 2. So it's compulsory to add constructor for manager 2. Remember these things. Like if you have a constructor in parent class, then it's compulsory to have a constructor in the child class too. Now here you see when I created a constructor for the parent class, it took all the fields there in the when we created a constructor for the child class, it took all the fields from the parent class, and straight away it said super bracket name comma id dot salary. So in the last lecture I said I'll discuss super in the next section. So here you see the field names are same, and instead of creating a new field, I'm referring to the same fields in the employee class. And because it's a different class, it's not in the same class, I'm using this super keyword. Correct? So that's how the super keyword works. So in this, we refer to the current class attributes. In this, in case of super, we refer to the parent class attributes, and that also the name of these attributes are same. So straight away, it's referring to them. If you have a different name, then in that case, you'll not be able to refer straight away. Cool. Now this is done. So here you will add one more thing, because we were talking in the requirement, there was something related to team size as well. If you check the requirement here, it says develop a company system that manage different types of employee. The company has regular employees and manager. Both regular employees and managers share some common features, name, ID, and salary that we have already done. The manager has additional responsibility that I'm going to add, managing a team and receiving bonus. So I'm going to add one more feature here is team size. So I'll make it as int team size. And because this team size is something from the current class, so I'll define this variable outside as well, mentioning it as team size. Great. Now here I'll use this dot team size is equals to team size. Done. It's defined. Great. Now here, you remember when I was talking about the features, I said there is something called overriding, but I'm not going to use it here, or shall I use it? Okay, I'll talk about that overriding later. But our first, let me tell you about the overriding, because this we are going to use it later too. So overriding is basically a concept where you have like you already have a method here that is public details. Now, instead of creating a new method, if you want to use a method that's already defined, then in that case, we will do overriding. So this is a method that's already defined. So I'm going to use the same method here saying that public void display details. So instead of creating a new one, I'm using the same one. And what's the reason behind using it is that if you call the display details method, then in that case, basically what happens, overriding means like it's override the output. So whatever the output is, it override at the time of execution. So we'll see that. So here I'm creating a method with the same name. And in this, first I will say super dot display details. So now straight away it will go and call the display detail method here because I've used super, and the display detail method is in parent class. So you see, and the next line what I'm going to write is a print statement. And in this print statement, I'll write team size. Now see, I'm adding an extra feature here. I'm adding extra line. Now here, when I print this, it will print me the details from the parent class, as well as a new thing is added here. That's from the child class. So here, the overriding thing. Now here, basically in overriding, I'm using everything from the parent class, and as well as I'm adding my own. So the best thing about overriding is I don't need to create a new method for this or a new method separately for this and again write the same thing again and again, because I can use all these features from the parent class. So obviously I can create a new method and again use these features or write a print statement for them too. But instead of avoiding these lines, instead of writing them straight away, I said super sort display details. So it will take all the details from there and print down here. So in case of overriding, you have to keep one point in mind, or few points in mind that you have to keep is this takes place only. The first thing is takes place only in case of inheritance. So if there is inheritance between two classes, then only you can do overriding. So first thing is inheritance. Second thing, the signature of method will be same. Signature of method, what I mean by that is the method name should be same, as well as the return type. In fact, the values that we are passing in parameters, everything should be same. Method name, if you have a return type for the parent class method, then you should have for this too, as well as the parameters. Like here in the parameters, you see no values are passed, nothing. So that's what I mean. The complete signature should be same. Everything like public, void, display. So everything should be same as written in the parent class. So keep in mind, when you're creating overriding, later you'll come across one more concept that's called method overloading that we'll see in polymorphism. So basically it's asked in differences. In interviews, it's asked what's the difference between overriding and overloading. So there you have to mention in overriding, it's like this takes place in two different classes and method overloading takes place in same class. So when I'll be discussing method overloading, I'll compare this again. So now I hope this method overriding concept is clear. So here I can mention override. So this is one of the annotations that's available in Java. So I will add this annotation saying method override. Sorry, the spelling. So it's clear that this method is overriding. When I've written this annotation, so it's clear that this method is doing overriding. Now what I'll do here is, so it's two different classes that's created. We have extended the class. We have used the super keyword to get all the credentials from there. Now we used override so that we don't need to create a new method, and also we can use everything from the parent class straight away. Now I'll go back to the main method, and here I'm going to create object for both the classes. So because the code executes in the main method, so I'm going to create an object from here saying employee is equals to new employee. Now this is for employee. So in new employees, when I say for employees, then I say new employee. And here when you're creating methods, so you have to give names. So I'll give the name as John. I'll give an ID as 101 and salary as something. This. Sorry, salary is in form of double, so it should be in form of double. Great. This is the method that I've created for employee class. So when I say employee dot display details, so it will display the details from the employee class. Now I will create a method for, I'll create an object for manager class. And for managers as well, I'll pass values or I'll pass some names. So for this, I'll pass a name, LS. I'll pass the ID and again a value. And here an extra thing I have to pass is the size of team size, because we have an extra field here in manager class, that is team size. So I have to pass that too. Now here using this, I'll call the method display details again. Now you see in both cases, I'm calling the display detail method. So that's what overriding does, that instead of going to the parent class, then when I say because it's extending, so if I have not done overriding, then in that case, it should straight away go to this display details in the parent class. If overriding was not done, then it would go to the display details and print me details from the parent class. So in both cases, I also get the same output. But because we have done overriding, so in this case, it will go to the child class and it will call the method here. Now it's too a big code, too many things to go through. And now when I run this code, you see I get employee ID 101 name John, again this, and next time I get for all Alice, and along with the size, team size as 5. So through one method, I'm reusing that method. That's what inheritance do. We are extending the properties in the parent class. We are reusing the methods. We are using the details, credentials, everything from the parent class. So inheritance bring this into use. Like we can use all the properties from the parent class, as well as we can add our own properties in the child class. So it's like that how the inheritance works. I hope this example, though this program seems to be lengthy, but if you go through each and every part, part by part, and if you follow the steps as I have done, you'll find it very easy. So it's a proper example of inheritance, talking about the inheritance concepts and all. That's all in this video. In next video, we'll talk about the other principles of concept. Till then, thank you. Hello, everyone. In this section, we are going to talk about polymorphism in Java. Now, in the last one, we talked about the inheritance, and there we saw about how the inheritance is working. We did an example of inheritance. In fact, we talked about the super keyword, and we saw method overriding there. Now, in polymorphism, basically, we'll go with the definition and we'll see how it works. So method overriding was important in the last case, and it's important here too. And how it's important, let's see that. So talking about polymorphism, now you see these definitions are basically for your understanding or for learning purpose, but I'll give you a simple one too. So polymorphism is one of the core principle of object-oriented programming language that allows object of different class to be treated as an object of common superclass. It enables a single action or method to behave differently based on the object that is invoking it. So in short, it tries to say that uh, in polymorphism, it says showing different behavior in different situation is called as polymorphism. If you want a simple definition, I would say showing different behavior in different situation. So the word polymorphism means many forms and refers to ability of different objects to respond to same method in different way. So different behavior, that means what I want to say is it's showing different behavior in different situation. Like you have one situation, in one situation it acts as a differently. Now in the same time in another situation it acts differently. So that's what polymorphism is. Now let's understand this. Uh, so here are the types of polymorphism. So there are two different types of polymorphism. One is called as compile time polymorphism and the other one is called as runtime polymorphism. Now these two polymorphism, compile time polymorphism and runtime polymorphism, it's very important to understand, and this two things will help you to achieve that different behavior in different situation, that thing. So in compile time polymorphism, this takes place through method overloading. So compile time polymorphism we get through method overloading, and runtime polymorphism we get through method overriding. So these are two polymorphisms. One is compile time, other one is runtime. So these two polymorphisms takes place through two different features. That is, one is method overloading and the other one is method overriding. Now, overriding you have seen in the last case, but what is overloading? We have to see that. But in this example, we'll see example on both method overloading and overriding so that your concept will be more clear. So this occurs when multiple methods in same class has same name but different parameters. So method overloading, this occurs when you have multiple methods with same name but different parameters. Remember I mentioned that you'll have a difference. Usually the difference between both the method overloading and overriding will be asked in interviews. So it's very important to know that in method overloading it's same, like we have the same names. In method overriding too we have the same names, but in method overriding the complete signature should be same. That means the return type, the parameter values, everything should be same. But in compile time, the method name should only be the same, but the parameters should be different. Runtime polymorphism, this occurs when a subclass has a different specific element of method that is already defined in parent class. The methods in subclass overrides the method in superclass. So in superclass you have certain methods, and in like in parent class you have certain methods, and you want to override those methods in subclass. So just we override it. So if we are overriding a method, that means without any change in the name or parameter of the methods. That's method overriding. Cool. Now, importance of polymorphism, again, code reusability, maintainability, extensibility. So these are the examples. This is an example, real world example, like think that you are driving a car. Basically think about action driving depends on vehicles, and the method of driving will differ. When you drive a car, you use the steering wheel. When you drive a bike, you handle uh, when you drive a bike, you use handlebars. When you drive a truck, you might use larger steering system. In case the action is same, but it behaves differently based on type of vehicles. So the action is all we are driving in all three cases, but it depends on the type of vehicle. So basically, the same way the polymorphism is, like the process is same, but only the execution is different. So first, let's understand what is method overloading. Now it says compile time polymorphism is also known as method overloading, occurs when multiple methods in the same class has same name but different parameter list. Different the method gets called indeterminate as compile time based on method signature, hence the name compile time polymorphism. So in compile time polymorphism, one more line you can add is this takes place in the same class. Like in case of method overloading, the methods that you'll be creating in the same class, not in the different classes. So in case of overriding, it was like two different classes, but in case of method overloading, it will be in the same class. Let's understand this through straight away through an example. So I'll create a class as called as calculator class. So I'll name this class as calculator. Now in this calculator class, I'm going to create a so I'm going to create a method as public int add with parameter as int a, int b. So this is a method int add, and this method has two values. So now when you return the value, you can return a plus b. Now you have another method here, public double add, and here you will take two values. Now what changes here is you have to change the values in parameter. Before you have taken int a and b, here you will take double a, double b. Return a plus b. So when you do add, you return a plus b. When you do double, you do a plus b. So what happens here, you see both method names are same, but what's changed here is the value in parameter. Here it was int, here it was double. Now here you can have, like, again, if you want to change the values, you can add more parameters. So basically this is taking place in the same class. We are creating multiple methods, and this is called method overloading. So same methods with a different parameter. So it's very simple. Let's make it very simple and understand. So we'll write a print statement, and I will call the method add, and there I'll pass the value 1020 for the first one. So it goes to the first one. What happened? Okay, so you're calling a method inside a class. So you need to first create an object and then call them. So first create an object of this calculator class. So I'll be creating an object of calculator class, and I hope by now you are quite familiar with how to create an object. So is equals to new calculator. And using this object obj, you'll call this method. Now similarly, using this obj, you will call another method add, but this time you'll pass the double value. And in the next one, you will pass it as done. Save this, run this. So you see, it gives different output. So this, what we are doing here is method overloading. So it's like every time you are passing different values, and this takes place in compile time. Compile time is like basically when the complete code is going through a check process. That's compile time. So basically you can say these values are fixed. So few difference that you can say here is, like, if you write the difference between just a second, method overloading and writing is, so this is for overloading, overloading, and same for the overriding. So this is for method overloading, and the other one is for override. So the difference here is, the first difference is overloading, same class. This takes place in the same class. And in this, different class. Here, different. Sorry. So here in this case, it's different. Now, method name, same, parameters different. Method name, same. Again, this is also same, and the parameter is different. Method name same. Method name same. And here also method name is same. Both is same, but parameter different. Parameter different. Here all signature same. So here you can say signature same. So few things you have to keep, that these are the common difference where you are talking about method overloading and overriding. So basically, this is how method overloading works. Now we'll talk about the example of method overriding too. So for this, let's create a animal class. Basically, you will understand proper. And let's name it as override class. Now here inheritance is compulsory in method overriding. So I'll create a class as animal. This is one class. And inside this class, I'll create a method as public void sound. Now this is a common example you'll find everywhere. So when you say here print and then write animal makes a sound. Now again go with the another class, says class dog. Now you know that if you are defining a dog, then in that case the sound is one of the common feature that you should have. Is it? This is one thing. So public void sound. So instead of creating a new method, I am just using the other one. And here I say the sound of dog. That's all. So I've created two. Now I've extended this. So both methods are same. You see everything is same and just the output is different. Now here, let me create an object of this. So when I create an object of animal, and using my animal, I'll call the, again, first let me create an object of this dog class as well. So I say dog, my dog is equals to new my dog. Sorry, new dog. Cool. Now just a minute. If I change this name to dog sound, okay? And now you see this is an object of animal class. So using this object, I call the method sound. It gives me output. It will give me this output. And using this object, the my dog object. See, using my dog object. Now this will help you to understand better the overriding if still you have any confusion in that case. So if from here I call the sound class method, then you see it will print me the output from the animal class. Now just if I make it this method as well as sound, and again I run the same code, that this time you see the method or the output is overridden. So last time when I copied the same thing, the sound method, then that time it printed the animal one. Now just I have overridden it, like I've created a same method with same name and I have overridden this method. So the output is overridden. So the best definition for overriding is that it takes place in two different classes. The signature, the method name is same. The complete signature of the method is same. And the output of uh, the method gets overridden or gets changed at the time of execution. So that means this is a runtime execution. Now, one more difference you can add here is that overloading is compile time and this is runtime. That was done at the time of compile. That is compile time and this is runtime. And that is compile time means that is static. That is static. Static means it's fixed. You know that the input that you have entered there, that was fixed. In case of method overriding, overloading. So that was static. And this is dynamic. Dynamic means it changes at the time of output. So that's one more difference here. So runtime and basically what is this is compile time and this is runtime. Now using both method overloading and overriding, we are going to write code for polymorphism that we will see in the next section of video. That's all in this section. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video, we'll see an example on polymorphism. So in the last videos, we have talked about the polymorphism. We talked about the compile time and the runtime polymorphism. Now we'll do a proper program where we will see how this polymorphism thing is working. So this is one of the scenario. Now these scenarios are basically from the real time, and I'm trying to make the code as simple as possible. But this is a proper example that you can present anywhere you like. So here in this scenario, it's saying, imagine you are developing a school management system where you need to manage different types of students. Now, different types of students, like one is primary high school students and other one is high school students and college students. So there are three categories. That means three different classes will be created. Now, each student has a different way of describing themselves, but they all share a common method called describe. So what we are doing here is we are describing the students. Now we have a common method described. Now in this scenario, we will add a method. Now we are adding a new thing. Now common type of method describe will go for method overriding, I guess. And in the expanded scenario, we will add a method to calculate total number of student hour required for each student. So the calculation varies, depends on number of subjects and hours spent by per student. So we will use method overloading to allow different variations of student hour method. So describe method will do the work of overriding, and this calculating the uh, study hours, that will do method overloading. So as I said that in same program, we are going to do method overloading and overriding. So now we'll see in this polymorphism program how it works. So as usual, I'm going to create a new class and name this class as student management system. Great. Let's take this public static void main. Cool. Now we need to create three classes. So one class will be for the student. That's a common class. And along with that, we have three more classes, one for primary, one for secondary, and one will be for primary students, and other one will be for high schools, and the third one for the college one. So primary student, this one. Again, the next one will be for high school student. And the last one will be for the college student. College student. Great. So four different classes we have created here. Now let's go by one. So it says that primary students. Now what I'm going to do is, one thing is common in all three cases is the describe thing. So in first method, I'm going to create a method as describe. And here I will say, I'll just write a print statement saying, I am a student. Now this describe method, to use this describe method, first I have to extend the student class. Great. Now here I can use the describe method for primary student. So again, now let me put here public. Basically this is by default, but still I put it here. Public void describe. And here I'll say I am a primary student. And I guess the same thing we have to do for the high school and as well as the college student. So let's extend this time the student class. Great. Let me copy this step because it's common. Paste it here and do the same thing here as well. And here also I will extend student. And here I'll say high school student. And this one will be college student. So now this is for method overriding. Like all classes have a common method describe and it has its own output every time. Now, what I'm going to do is in student, I'm going to create another method. And that method will be for study hours. So as the requirement is that one is to describe the student and the next one will be for study hours. So I say public int study hours because this hour will return you the time. So this should be a return type of thing. And here I'll use return. And this is based on the subjects, like as many as subjects you have. So that will decide your study hours. So I say subjects and I say it should multiply by 2. So whichever as many as subjects it is, it should divide multiplied by 2. Now this is a method overriding method. So this will be for now this is one method. I'm going to create another one with the same the another method will be with the same name, but here what's going to change is the values in parameter. So here I'm going to say int subjects, comma, int hours per subject. Cool. And here the return type will be subjects into hours per subject. Great. So two override methods and here. So here we have to override, we have to basically here we have to, you can say we have two overloading methods. Fine. Now in high school students, if you want to use again the study hours, now you have these three methods here. Now this one can act as an override too, if you see. So this one can act as an override. So when you are a primary student, you want to say that I have my, or you can say as a primary student, you want to, you don't want to calculate any hours. You want to take the one that is there. If in high school student, you want to say that no, high school student works more. So I want to add uh, my own subjects. Like here, it will be common. The subjects will be common. So here it says that, okay, I want to have my own subject. So here I'll say override. And here I'm adding my own subjects. So I want to take my own subjects here. Great. So it's for the primary school, I'll keep the one that is already there. For this, I will make it 3. So high school students are spending more time. Cool. Now for high school is this. For college students, I'm giving them that flexibility that, okay, they will use this override method. So here you see, we have one override method, 2 overloading methods. So now we are going to use them all. So what we are going to do is we'll create an object for all of these. So first we'll create object for all the classes. So first one will be for student, saying student1 is equals to new student. The object for the first one. Great. Now similarly, or you can do the other way that already in the student, you have the parent class as student. So here you can say this object for primary student. The second one will be for I'll make it student 2. And now I'm creating object for the second one, that is high school student. Now this is also the way to create an object. Like what I'm doing, I'm keeping the parent class and I'm initializing to this reference the value for the subclasses. So this is another thing. Now again, I'll do the third one here. That will be for the colleges. So student 3, and that also for college student. Cool. Now using these objects, student 1 dot, I'll call the first one describe, student 2 dot describe, student 3 dot describe, these three. So this will give me the describe of all. Now using the print statement, I'm going to call the override methods. So in print, I'll say primary student hours, primary student hours. And for this, I'll say student 1 dot study hour. That will be here. I'll pass the number of subjects 5. So this will call this method. Now in the next line, again, I am doing method overriding. So this time it will be for high school student hours. And for that, student 2 dot study hours. And for this, I'll pass 5. Now, third one, I will use method overriding for the college student. So there the subject increases and I'll be using, and I will pass my own hours. Like college student, usually they are more decisive. So they will have their own subjects and hours. So here I'm going to say student 3 dot. Now I'll call this one where I will pass the subjects as 7 and hours as 3. Cool. So basically here at this point, I'm doing method overriding. And at this point, I'm doing method overloading. So basically showing different behavior at different situation. At this point, it's showing method overloading. So this is basically a dynamic process. That means the output change at the time of the output change at the time of displaying the output. And this is like runtime environment. And this one is static because a fixed value is passed. Based on that, it's giving the output. And this is compile time environment. Now you see, both are executing accordingly. So in the same program, you have both method overloading and overriding. And this is called as polymorphism. So one program showing different behavior at different situation is called polymorphism. So this program is a proper example of how polymorphism work, how we are applying both method overloading and overriding in the same program. So I hope this example, based on the requirement what we got, we are doing. So I hope this example is good enough to understand how the complete process is working. So the examples are a little bit standard, but it's good to understand how it's executing. You can use it in your interviews. You can use it anywhere. So I hope this will be helpful for you. That's all in this section. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this video, we'll talk about the data abstraction in Java. Now, this is one of the most important concept in Java because when you're writing codes, when you're writing complex programs, you will come across this. And if you go with the definition of data abstraction, so data abstraction is one of the key principles of object-oriented programming that focus on exposing only the essential features of an object while hiding its internal implementation details. So it's like it focus only on the essential features. So what goes in the background, it doesn't care. So data abstraction only focus in that. So in simpler terms, it allows you to interact with objects at higher level without needing to understand or manage the complex logic that works behind the screen. So there are certain complex logic which doesn't focus on that. It just focus on the essential features. So for example, you can say like when you are using a TV remote, you are only concerned with the buttons and their functioning. You don't need to understand the complex electronic working inside the remote to use it. Same way, the data abstraction works. So first, knowing about this data abstraction, you need to know that in data abstraction comes a abstract class and method. So when you are creating a data abstraction or scenario, so remember, you'll have an abstract class in that. Now, what is an abstract class? An abstract class is a class that cannot be initialized on its own. It's used as a blueprint for other class. An abstract class can contain both abstract method and non-abstract method. Now, these terms, abstract method, non-abstract methods, are new terms to you. So let's understand what the abstract method means. An abstract method is a method that's declared without implementation. What I mean by this is, for example, this is our one program, okay? This is a method. So in this method, this is my implementation part where I write description of that method. So describe is if it's a method, this is the implementation part. So this implement is so in abstract method, it says that we will write only the name of method and we will not provide any implementation. That means we will not add any body to this method. So the method behavior is defined in subclasses that inherit the abstract class. So when a class inherits an abstract class, it must either provide implementation for all abstract method or be declared by abstract itself. So that means abstract method is a method where we only write the method name, or you say only we define the method. We don't provide the implementation or body to it. Now, where then this thing will, then what's the use of these methods? The use of this method is that if any other class wants to use this method, or just for example, a class is inheriting other abstract class. So in that case, it's compulsory to provide implementation to that abstract method. That's what abstraction is. Now, this is overview of it. Now we will understand this through a program so you'll get a better idea. So for this, the scenario is imagine you're developing a banking system where customers can perform operations like deposit money, withdraw money, and check their balance. You don't want users to know directly or interact with how the bank system manages these operations internally, like maintaining transaction history or security check. Instead, you provide them with an interface where they can perform their actions like hiding the complex logic behind the screens. This is where data abstraction comes into use. So here we have to perform three things: deposit, withdraw, and checking the balance. Now, how this functions, that doesn't matter, but you have to make them function. So now you will say here, what will be the abstract thing? Because these are the common features. So the abstract thing here will be like, we will keep here a method as abstract, and which method we will keep it abstract here is show details. So when we are showing the account details, so now transactions, withdraw, all this will be common for all. The first thing will be common for all. But when you are trying to show the details, it depends on which particular class is using that particular functionality. So account details, we will keep it as private, or we will keep it as abstract basically. So whichever person is using this functionality, the account details of that person will display. I hope somewhat you are getting it clear. So let's understand this through an example. We'll create here and you'll get an idea. So I'll create a class and name the class as bank system class or bank system abstract class. Great. Finish. Now here I'm going to create one class as bank account. Now again, it's going to be a code that's like a little bit, you can say bigger, but you will come across the important concepts. So one class I have created as bank account, and the other class I will create as saving account. Saving account. Great. Two classes are created here. Now in the first class, that is bank account, what we are going to do is first we will define a private field that is for balance. Private double balance. Sorry, balance. So we have kept this private because we don't want that anyone should see our balance or anyone can straight away come and check our balance. So we have kept this field as private. Now we'll create a constructor for this too, saying public bank account. Great. And in this constructor, I'll say like in constructor, we will pass the balance value. So whatever the balance value comes, that will be the initial balance. Great. And that balance will be passed on to this balance. That is here. Great. This is for the constructor because everyone will have its different balance, and that balance needs to stay throughout the class so that you can use it anywhere you like. Now here I'm going to create a method as public void deposit. Now in deposit, I'll write a small condition saying that if the amount that you want to deposit. So here this, when I'm depositing, obviously an amount will come and the amount can be in double. So amount will come here, and I'll say if amount is greater than 0, then here you can add the, so whatever the amount you enter, it should be greater than 0, and that you can add it to your current balance, whatever your balance is. That is for the if condition. And you can print the balance saying system.println, and here you can say deposit, and that can be the amount that you want to deposit. Cool. Now in else, it will say print the amount must be positive. Cool. So this was for the deposit thing. Now the next thing will be like withdraw. If someone provides, want to do withdraw. So again, I'll write a method as withdraw. Again, the same thing. I'll take the balance. Again, I'll take double amount. I guess you are familiar with the global thing and the local thing. I've already defined when I was talking about the methods that if you define something outside the method, like you have defined this outside the method. So this is global. That means this is available for all the methods. And like here you have defined double amount. So this amount will only stay for the deposit method. So again, I've given the same name amount because this amount will be available only for the withdraw method. So anything defined for that specific method is local. Remember that. So anything defined outside the method is global. Anything defined inside the method is for that specific method. So it's local. Now here again, I'll write a if condition saying if amount is greater than 0, then only you can do withdraw, because amount below than 0 is nothing to withdraw. So here again, whatever the balance will be, the balance will be like minus whatever the amount you pass. That's all. So here I'll say basically this is how it functions in a withdraw machine. So it display you the withdraw amount. This will be your withdraw amount, whatever the withdraw amount is. And again, in the else condition, write the same thing. That is, enter a positive number. Or you can say insufficient balance. So here you can write two conditions. It should be greater than, and the second thing is the amount balance should be, the amount should be less than or is equals to balance. If it's more than the balance, then it's not going to withdraw anything, like whatever, it will not withdraw anything if it's more than the balance. So you should give insufficient balance. If it's more than the balance, if you want, if you have 100 rupees and you're looking for 200 rupees, so it's obvious that it's more than the balance. So it should give you the amount whatever you are looking for is insufficient. Now the next thing is check balance. So there is also one feature that's called as check balance. So here I'll call the method as check balance. And in this method, I'm doing a simple thing is return balance. Whatever the balance is, it will display. Now it's good till here. All these details, whatever we are doing, these are the functionalities usually performed in every bank. If you're going through this codes closely, if you're going to this method closely, so these are the functionalities provided or doing the functions in the bank. Usually what my concern is when I check my account is my details, my account details, my balance, everything like that. That should be my priority. Or as a user, if I'm trying to use, if as a user from my saving, it's like I have a saving account. So through a saving account, I want to go and check the details. So there, what I have to check, the account holder number, a name, and their current balance. These things should be displayed. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a method as abstract. So to make a method abstract, you have to use the keyword abstract. So this differentiate from a non-abstract method. In non-abstract method, we don't use the abstract word keyword. In abstract method, we use the abstract keyword. So I say abstract void. So account details. Great. So this is a abstract method. So when I use the keyword abstract, that means it's an abstract method. And this method is like here, we are not providing any implementation to this method. And if you notice, you see it's giving red marks here. Why is it so? It means that if in a class you have an abstract method, then it's compulsory to define abstract keyword before that class. So now this differentiates from a normal class. It's not a normal class, it's an abstract class. So at this point, it's differentiating between a normal class and a abstract class. This becomes my abstract class, and this class is different from a normal class. So a class having an abstract method as well as a non-abstract method. So you have both the methods here. Now this saving account wants to extend the bank account. Bank account basically B capital. Now when you see, when I try to extend a bank account, usually when I extend any class, I don't get any errors or any red lines here. But here you see, when I'm extending this bank account class, straight away I'm getting this error. So it says add constructor. I've done that. Great. But still it's giving error. Why is that? As I mentioned, that if you have an abstract method in a class, and if another class is trying to extend that abstract class, then in that case, it's compulsory to provide implementation to that abstract class. So here I have to add the unimplemented method. Now it's compulsory to add this unimplemented method. You can't skip this. Remember that. It's compulsory to add this method. You can't skip it. So if this constructor is there, you know about this constructor. So that constructor is there. One more thing which I'll add in this constructor is account number, I guess. Yeah, I could have kept it as integer. And this is also, I'll keep it as private. Sometimes there are alphabets also in account number. So private account number. Great. And pass it here. This dot account number is equals to account number. Great. Let me remove this from here. What's went wrong here is sorry, I have not defined string here. I missed the string. Great. Done. Now in this account details, I will show the account number and I will call the check balance. The account holder number, the account holder number, that will be this account number. And in the next line, here I will see the balance. So these informations are somewhat that is my concern. Is like that's the concern of an account holder, that what is my account number and what is the balance in account. So the balance in account, and this will be done through straight away by calling the check balance method. I have a check balance method that will return me the balance. Now you see, if in this code, if you see closely, this part is important to us. Now what's happening here, it's not my concern how this is taking place, how this is minus, how this is adding. This is not my concern, though I have these all details here. But the important part is this, showing the account details. That's all. Great. So now let's go create an object of this saving account. So let me create an object of this class. Go place it here. Let's create an object. My account is equals to new saving account, and using my account, I'll call the method as show account details. And this saving account will take two values. One will be the initial balance. So I give the initial balance as 1000. And the next thing is account number. So I'm going to give a random account number. That's it. Now, if you want to deposit, so just you can deposit straight away. Dot deposit amount. So that should be 2000.0. And if you want to withdraw, so you can give a withdraw amount. That can be anything. That is withdraw. And I want to withdraw 1000.0. So here, at last, if you want to check the final balance, you can say the final balance in account, and that should be plus my account dot check balance. That's all. Now let's run this code. So you as account holder, this is your number. The amount in balance was 1000. Deposited amount was 2000, so it becomes 3000. And again, you withdraw 1000 amount. So again, it goes back to 1000. So it's that clear and that simple. See? So this is how the abstraction works, data abstraction works, and this is how we create an abstract method and how we call the abstract method. So that's all in this video. In next video, we'll talk about the last principle, that is encapsulation. See you in next section. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this section, we'll talk about the interface in Java. Now, in the last one, we talked about data abstraction, and there I talked about the abstract classes. And I said that there is an abstract class, and we'll be using that abstract class. Now, basically, in abstract class, we have abstract method and non-abstract method both. But in case of interface, we use only non-abstract method. Now let's understand first what is interface, then we will talk about the abstract as this. You'll get an idea from there. So talking about interface, interface is basically in Java is a blueprint of class that contains abstract method. So interface is just similar to class, and the only thing in interface is that interface contains the abstract method without body and constant final. So it specifies that what a class must do, but not how it should do. A class that implements an interface provides the concentric implementation for all methods. Now the process is similar to the data abstraction. In data abstraction, here, like in data abstraction with a class which was using the data abstract class, that was providing the implementation to the body. Same is the story here. The class that will be using interface, they will provide the implementation body. Now talking about this, it has uh, abstract method. It suppose multiple inheritance. I'll show you this. What is this multiple inheritance? So all methods is a now public and abstract. All methods are implicitly public and abstract. Abstract means no body, and no object is created for the interfaces. Though it's similar to class, but it's not a class. Remember that it's not a class. Now we'll write a scenario where we'll design a payment system that allows customers to pay using different method process like credit card, debit card, and PayPal. So it's like we have a process, method process, payment process, and that because we have an interface called as payment process. So using that payment process, we can do payment through different credit card, debit card, or PayPal through different ways. Okay, so we'll see that. We'll see in this example. So let's create an example here. Now again, here when you're creating an interface, you can create an interface separately. Like you have an option to create interface separately, but in this, I'm going to create a class, and inside the class, I'm creating a interface. So remember, I'm doing it inside the class so that you can see everything in one screen. Now there was one point where I said that it support multiple inheritance. So what it means is inheritance is of different types. Now in one of the type it says like one class having two different parents. So in inheritance, it's like what you can extend only one inheritance at a time. You can't extend multiple inheritance. That means you can't say that one child is having two different parents. So this thing is not supportable in inheritance. This is not supportable in inheritance. But in case of interface, if you have multiple of interface, so you can use multiple interface for a single class. So basically in Java, multiple. This is an interview question. Multiple interface is not supportable. Multiple interface is not supportable, and just a replacement to this multiple interface is the concept of in multiple inheritance. Just the to support multiple inheritance, we have interface into use. So remember that in Java, multiple inheritance is not supportable. So to support this concept, we have interface. This is supportable in C++, but not in Java. Cool. Now for interface, I've created a class as payment interface, and let's create an interface here. Saying now also for interface, you'll write a keyword as interface. This is the keyword for interface, and give the name as payment. Cool. Done. Now let's create a method here as void process payment. And remember, this should be always public, no private. If it's private, we can't access it. So we'll keep it as public always. I've created a method as process payment. And see, I have not passed body to it. Now below this, I'll create a class as credit card payment. This is something that we are doing in real time as well. Now, to extend or to use any interface inheritance, we use extend keyword. So to use any interface, we will use the implement keyword. So you need to remember that for interface, the keyword is implement. Implement is the keyword for interface. Now here we have a method. So when I say implement payment, so it's compulsory to add which step? The process payment one. So add the unimplemented method and write the code for this. So I'm just writing, making it simple. So I'm writing a simple step, print use credit card payment. So you see, I have one method, process payment, and this I'm using for credit card as well. Now, if I have another option for class debit card, debit card payment, again, I will say implements payment. So if you are implementing payment again here, then in that case, you can use this unimplemented method, that is process payment. And this time you will say print use debit card payment. So in one interface, one method is created, and I'm using it in every class. And see, it's giving a different output every time. So it's like it's using override. That means if you see the other way, this is working as a concept of override. Now, just to use this, uh, here, just to use this, what I'm going to do is I will create an object for this payment credit is equals to our payment methods is equals to new credit card payment. Credit card, it's card, not card. Credit card payment. Second one will be for debit card payment. This one will be for method 1. This one will be for method 2. Using method 1, I'll call the method as process payment. Using method 2, I'll call process payment. Now let's save this and run. So it will give you two different output using credit card, using payment part. So here in simple interface, you can have as many as method you want. Right now I've created one. If I have 10 methods here, then I can write 10 methods. And when a class is using that payment interface, then it has to provide implementation to all that 10 methods. So you have to keep in mind that when you are using this, you have to keep this in mind that you have to provide implementation to all the methods present in interface. So you have to smartly put the methods here. The one that's required, you will put only that. You will not put anything extra here. So that's how the interface works. And that's what interface is. I hope the concept of interface is clear. And this is basically used for when we have some compulsory step to add to our method. And when we are going to use it in different classes, we can use interface. That's all in this section. In next section, we'll talk about the next topic. Till then, bye-bye. Thank you. Hello, everyone. In this video, we'll talk about the encapsulation in Java. So basically here we'll see how the encapsulation in Java works. This is one of the last feature of the OOPS concept. So let's see the definition of encapsulation. So encapsulation is the practice of keeping an object data and the methods that operate on that data together in a single unit called as class while restricting direct access to the data. So in encapsulation, what we do, we keep a field as private, and what we do here is like we are trying to keep all the private or the public fields all in one unit. So though it's a private or it's a public field, we are trying to keep it as one unit. Keep it as one unit means that though it's a private field, it act as a public. Now, how to achieve encapsulation in Java? Very simple. Declare a variable as private and restrict ensure that the data can't be directly modified by external codes. So we keep it as private and provide getter and setter. Now, getter and setters are two important things that works here. These methods are used to access and modify the private field from outside the class in controlled manner. So we can modify the private variables from outside the class. That means from outside the class means we can modify the private variables. Based from other class we can modify, and the getter method receives the value of the private variable, while the setter method allows to modify the variable. So but just by using a getter and setter method, we can modify the private field. Now, that's what I said, just like a capsule. So it's like we are keeping everything in one unit, but no one knows how that's working. So I'm keeping a field as private, but still I'm making it public. And no one knows that how's that public. Ensure proper validation and control. So you can add logical inside setter getter to validate the data before modifying the internal states. This ensures that only valid data is assigned to the variables. So here, that's how we achieve encapsulation. It's like we make a field as private, and then by using getter and setter, we make it at public. So now talking about encapsulation. So let's try an example. Imagine you are developing a car rental system. So each car object has certain attributes like car model, year, and rental price date. However, these details should be protected so that user of the system can't directly modify them. Instead, the system provide getter and setter to provide to us safely access and update these details. So now that this is my requirement, I'm creating a car rental system, and in this we have these fields like car model, year, and rental price. Okay, so let's do this code. So in Eclipse, let's create a new class and name that class as now let's name that class as rental system. Yeah, create a new class and name this class as rental management. Now we'll create one more class saying that as class car system. Cool. And in this system, I'm going to keep all the field sets private. So I'll write private string model private int year. Sorry. And the last one, I'll keep it as price per date. Private double price per day. Cool. Now let's create a constructor for this as well. So I'll say public car system string model int year double price per day. Now here I'll say this dot model is equals to model this dot year is equals to year, this dot price per day is equals to price per day. Cool. Now these fields are private. Now I'm going to create two methods. One is getter and other one is setter. So we are going to create a getter setter method for all of this. So straight away to generate the getter and setter method, you do right click, go to source and say getter, generate getter and setter methods for these three: model, price per day and year. Just do generate. Now you see it generated the getter setter method for you. So you have getter setter methods here for you. Now in these methods, uh, so this dot module, everything is passed. Good. In years, set years in year is passed, and rental price here, the rental price is also passed. Now here I'll do small changes in getter method. So getter method is with get and setter method is with set. So in getter method I'll say if, but in getter method I have to pass variables as well. Get price per day. Here I will pass a value as double price per day, or I can say rental price per day. Rental price per day. So here I'll write a condition: if rental this price per day is greater than 0. If this is the condition, then in that case, here I'll say this part needs to little bit, sorry, this part will go to set here. Yes. So here I'm going to add this. If price per day is greater than 0, then I'll say this dot price per day is equals to price per day. So the amount should be greater than 0. That's one thing. Great. So now you see what I'm doing here is in set method, you see in get method, I return the model. And in set method, I pass the model value. Again, in year method, I return the year. In set method, I set the return value, the year value. Again, for this rental, again for get method, I'm just passing the value, and in return method, I'm returning the price per day. Now, whatever I'm doing inside the class. So I said the private keyword can be accessible inside the class. We can't access it outside the class. So I'll create an object of this, and I say create an object of this. My car is equals to new this and done. In my car, using my car, now I will call here. Do I need to do any changes? Yeah, you can add one more method here where we are displaying all the methods. Or it's fine. Just from here, I'm going to call the methods. Like here I'll say I'll print and I'll say updating card details. And that's all. Now in the next method, what I'm going to do is I'll say my car dot and I'll say set model Honda. And here I say my car dot set year 2024. And here I say my car dot set price per day 100 or 1000. Fine. Now in this constructor, I will pass the details like the model Civic year 2010 and price per day is 500.00. Great. And this here also the price per day will be in double. This is a int value. Cool. And here, just to display all the details, I'll create a method as public void display. And here I'll keep it as car model will be plus model SYSO print car year, that will be plus year SYSO car price, that will be plus price per day. Fine. Now here, first, what was my details? So I'll say my car dot display. And now after updating this display, I'll say my car dot display. Now let's save and run this. So first was this was my details, and now it updated to this. So what happened? Though these fields were private, model, year, price per day, these were privates, but still that got updated. So through getter to setter, we set the values here, and that value we are returning for this class. So these values we are returning it here, but we are accessing. So this is public. This method we can access it from outside. And this public method is returning a private value from that class. So basically that also becomes public for us. So in this encapsulation, what we are doing, so you see these fields were private for me here in this class. But a method that is public, that returns the private value. And I'm accessing this public method. I'm not accessing the private value. I'm accessing the public method. Now this public method returns which type of value, that's not none of my concern. So it's for that particular class concern. It's not my concern that it's returning me a private value because I don't know this. I'm just doing this process and it's giving me the value. So that's what encapsulation do. It's wrapping up all data in one unit. So I hope the concept of encapsulation is clear. This was the last thing you need to know in the OOPS concept. Now you are good enough to understand the OOPS concept. You are free to use it wherever you like. And this comes by this, it comes to the ends of the OOPS concept. Now, this was the last thing to discuss. And these are the basic topics that we have to cover in Java. Now, this is the core part of it. In this tutorial series, I'm keeping it till here. In future, I'll be creating the advanced part as well, and I'll bring it to you too, to all of you. So for till now, These are the basic things. Go through all this. These are the very core topics. This will be need in interview. So go through all of them. So see you later in the advanced part. That's all till here. Thank you. Bye-bye.